Go! What's up? Start the show. What's up, guys? Fears. Audience. Fears. What's going on? I've got a hell of a show for you today. I got some good topics, and then there's some important things that I want to discuss. But already we're starting off with a bad start. I was making my coffee. I wanted to show you guys my new mug, and I dropped it, and the freaking handle broke off. So I bought this Back to the Future mug at the convention, and it was a collector's item, but the freaking handle broke off. I was grabbing a mug, and I went to grab it to pour it in, and it fell, so I had to throw the handle away. There's coffee in it. It's just now I'm going to have to drink it without a handle, because I'm not going to throw this away, because, look, it's got a Back to the Future thing on it, and it's really cool, so I'm just gonna have to drink it like this. So coffee first. There we are. So sorry that we had to start with this. I had no idea. The handle just freaking popped off. I accidentally dropped it, and I was like, oh shit. I thought this was gonna break, and I was like, what the fuck, you know? So I don't know how the hell that happened, but bam, there it is. Freaking handle broke off. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good day. I got a couple of updates. There's a convention this weekend, and I want to give a big shout out to my friend Jeff. I always forget to grab these. I'm sorry. These are all my notes. So I want to throw a big shout out to my friend Jeff. Man, Jeff has been killing it with these. With these conventions. I mean, he does a lot. He does like 15 to 20 shows a year, sometimes more, sometimes less. It depends on how busy his schedule is. But man, the last couple of cons I went to, I haven't uploaded the Star Wars one yet. But man, that one was great. That one was fantastic. So I may go to this convention. I haven't decided. There's been a lot of crazy stuff going on. So, anyway, today's the 19th. So this weekend is the, August 23rd / 24th Central Florida Collectors Fest. So if you do want to go to that, just go to FloridaToyShowsAndExpos.com, Florida Toy Shows and Expos on Facebook, Florida Toy Shows and Expos on YouTube, because Jeff's got a YouTube channel. He's had it before, but he didn't upload a lot of stuff. Now he's uploading a lot of stuff. I've been helping him. He wants me to edit some videos for him, so I'm going to try to edit some videos for him when I can. So check it out. I may not vlog. I may just maybe do a live stream, at the convention if I do go. I may just do like one big live there, because it would be cool to do a live there. So I may go, go have some fun, just kind of kick back. If I do vlog, it'll be very little. So I'm thinking about going. I haven't decided. I may go, I may not. Probably Friday night is when I'll probably decide if I'm going to go or not. But for anyone in the Florida area, if you do want to go, check it out. August 23rd, 24th, Central Florida Collectors Fest. Go to FloridaToyShowsAndExpos.com. Check it out. Anyway, big shout out to my friend David. Not only did we have a good time at the zoo, but he helped me with the lake jump, so I just want to say thanks a lot to Dave. Also, Dave made it to 57 subs, so congratulations to Dave. He's going to be live streaming, I don't know when, but he's going to be live streaming soon, my friends. So check it out. Check that out. And also, as always, if you're in the Florida area, check out Echo Base. If you're a nerd like me, they got some cool movie props, so check it out. And also, please, 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 please check out atomichorror.com. Atomic Horror. Go to atomichorror.com. Go to Atomic Horror on Instagram and on YouTube and on Facebook. Check them out. Now, I will say they're a little pricey, but still pretty good. Anyway, before we get to the fun topics, I do want to talk about some serious things that have been going down in the community. I will admit, I'll accept responsibility for everything that I've done. I think it's both. I think some of it's my fault and some of it's other people's fault. But I wrote down some things that I want to, because there's a lot of rumors and a lot of craziness rolling around, and I'm going to do this as nicely as possible. And I just want to have a heart-to-heart with you guys before I open up the chat. So I hope you allow me to just be open and honest, and I'll get this done just as quickly as possible. So, yeah. And as always, I want to hear from my loving and loyal fans. So if you guys do want to send me, I almost said emails, excuse me. If you do want to send me fan mail, check it out. Send me fan mail. I would love to hear from you. 16745 Kagan's Crossings Boulevard, STE 102B, PMB 40. Claremont, Florida 34714. I want to hear from you guys. Send me something to unbox. Send me something to read, like a fan letter, and I will get back to you. I promise, in a video or a live stream or something. So check it out. All right. So I wrote down a few things that I want to talk about. So give me 1 second here. So, give me 1 second here. Where are they? Okay, so give me 1 second here. Okay, so. Let's see, where to begin? I'll be honest, I really don't know where to begin because there's been so much stuff that's been going on. I guess it's, just start at the beginning. And the reason why I don't want to look at the chat right now is I just want to get out my train of thought. And I don't want to cause more drama. I want to have just a civil conversation with you guys, and I want to do it as nicely as possible. I almost didn't stream today. I thought about it. I am going to be taking a break from my podcasting for a couple reasons, but I'll get into that in a minute. But I did go live on my walk. The internet was kind of crap today. It ended up not storming, but I saw a bunch of gray clouds. So the first live I did, I walked for like 18 minutes, but it only recorded like 46 seconds, so I deleted that one. So after walking 18 minutes, I was like, oh, shit. So I tried to do another live. So, which I did. That one lasted, I think, 12 to 15 minutes. I can't remember how long it was, actually. Let me see how long it was. It was 14 minutes. 14 minutes. So I am sorry about all the technical difficulties on that. So if I do go live within the next couple weeks, it may just be like an in real life live stream just to let you guys know how I'm doing. I think it's fair to say that I'm emotionally tired, and so are you guys, about all the stuff that's been going on. So again, I'll try to say this as nice as possible. So the first thing I want to do is talk about my video that I posted. So the video I posted was mainly for my fans, and I talked a lot about what's been going on in that video. So I hope everybody watched it, and it was mainly for the fans, but I hope the trolls watched it too. So everything I said in there was the truth. Everything I said in that video was open and honest from the heart. So I hope most of you will believe me. I know some people won't believe me because I've lied before, and I'm trying not to lie anymore. I really, like LC is trying to make a change, so am I. I'm trying to be the most perfect John Fears I possibly can be. Um, I'll just throw it out there. I'm not a well put together human being. You know, I have made so many flaws and so many mistakes online and offline. It's beyond belief. Sometimes I question why God created me. You know, like sometimes I'm thinking, oh, well, he created me to make people laugh and have a good time. And other times I question my existence. You know, I'm sure everyone's questioned their existence at some point in their life. But sometimes I really don't know why I'm here. You know, I really don't. I mean, I try to do the best job I can, but I question what all this stuff that's happened. I question all this stuff that's um, you know, before and after, before I started my channel and after, and it's a lot. It's a lot. So, like again, the first thing I want to talk about is the video. So the video I posted was for everyone. And there's a couple reasons why I made it. One, I was like, something has to change. I have to change. My channel has to change. I have to get rid of some people. I have to, I said, because if I don't do any changes, I'm going to go insane, you know? Like, this insanity can't go on, you know? So that's one reason why I made it. The second reason why I made it was I felt bad to all my fans because I've lashed out at fans when other trolls have made me angry, and I appreciate all of my loving and loyal fans. I know some people may not think I do, but I absolutely do. Anytime a fan has sent me a letter, anytime a fan has sent me something, I greatly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, and that's the honest to God truth. So I made it for the fans to apologize to them, and I did not make the video for any pity, and I even said that in the video. So now some people are going to believe me and some people are not going to believe me, and that's just how the internet is. But I'm telling you, honest to God, Scott's honor, I did not make that video to say, oh, pity me, feel bad for me, none of that. I made it because I felt bad the way I've acted. I felt bad about all this insanity. I felt bad for my fans, and I said, look, here's what's happened. Here's what I hope is going to happen in the future, and to let everybody know I'm not perfect, you know. So the main reasons I'm gonna write them down in the book. So the main reasons why I made that video was to say sorry to the fans. To explain myself, because sometimes I don't have the words. For people that have watched me for a long time, sometimes I'm good at explaining myself and explain the situation, and sometimes I'm not. That's just how it is. So to explain myself is the second reason why I made it. And again, I know hopefully this live will make things better. I know some people may not think it will, you know. You have to decide. Some people are going to be like, oh, here we go. Here's Fears just, you know, mouthing everything. And there's going to be some hateful people out there that are going to say that or think that. And some people are going to be like, well, you know, maybe Fears really is trying to change, which I am. But I'll just leave it in your hands. So the second reason was to explain myself. The first reason was to say sorry to the fans. And then the third reason was because I felt bad about everything that's happened. So for everything. And I'm going to write it down in the book. I did not make it for people to feel pity or to pity me. So I did not make it to have anyone pity me. So there's that topic. Number 2, the topic I want to talk about is, why do I lie? You know, why do I lie sometimes? And it's very simple. It's very simple. Here it is, and I'm being completely honest. Sometimes I lie for a couple reasons. One, if I get embarrassed about something, I lie, which I shouldn't, but it's just a human thing. I lie. So that's one reason. 2, sometimes I have a lot of self-confidence, and sometimes I don't. You know, I'm sure everybody's dealt with that before. So when I was a kid, you know, I would just make up stories in my mind, and then, like, I had a very hard time making friends. Not all the time, but sometimes, because I got bullied a lot. Everyone's been bullied. And if you say you haven't, then you're lying to yourself. So to make up for that, I was like, you know, because whenever I was a kid, and as an adult, you're either good at something or you're not. So, like, if I wasn't good at something, I would just lie and be like, oh, yeah, like, I'm really good at kickball, you know, or I'm this, I'm that, or everyone's made up stories. Because I've made up those stories, not a lot of people believe me in anything I say these days. So even when I tell the truth, they're like, oh, he's lying. So those are the main reasons why I lie. And I'll give you a key example. Last night, when someone was doing a hate stream about me, I'm telling the honest to God truth. I sat on my couch. I didn't listen for the whole show. I listened for a good hour, maybe hour and a half, because the show went on for 5 hours, and I didn't listen for 5 hours. But I did not tell Lantern to leave. Lantern has autism. So I don't know what he did. Lantern either left on his own. Lantern's a big boy. He can leave a live if he wants to. And I can absolutely show you guys all the messages that I sent Lantern yesterday. I did not send him any threatening messages like, hey, Lantern, if you don't leave that hate stream, you know, I'll block you. I didn't do any of that. And I can show you right now. I'll show you, and I'll show you everything that I sent Lantern. So here we go. But I want people to believe me. I don't know why Lantern left. I think maybe someone sabotaged. So maybe a certain somebody who was hosting the live. I'm not saying this happened, but I know for a fact in my heart I did not tell Lantern. Maybe he deliberately let Lantern leave because he's upset. I don't know what happened. And then I saw Lantern in the chat say Jack did it. I don't know who Jack is. But I called Lantern and said, Lantern, go in there and tell them. I'm like, you're your own person, Lantern. I said, I didn't tell anyone that you can't be friends with somebody. I said, Lantern, I never told you to leave. I said, Lantern, if you want to stay on that live, you're absolutely welcome. So here, I will show you. So here we go. So hopefully you can see this. So let's go to last night. Let's see here. So last night was... All right, so this is from August 16th. So August 16th, I said, hey, I'm backstage whenever Lantern was doing a show. I called Lantern, and then let me scroll up. And then this is August 16th. I said, yo, Lantern, I'm live. See you in the chat, buddy. So there's that. And then let me scroll up. It says, all right, here we go. So yesterday I called him twice. And then I said, hey, Lantern, can you send me Larry's channels, please? I would appreciate it. Thanks. Because me and Larry are not getting along, and I don't want to deal with this bullshit, so I blocked him. And then Lantern gave me a thumbs up. And then there's his channel. And then I said, can you give me mommy, not mommy, excuse me. I said, can you give me Mama Tate's channel? And he said, I haven't found it yet, but I'm trying to find it. So there's that. And then I said, I hope you can find it. Let me know. And he says, I will find it. I said, we will. That's what he said. And then I called him. And then today at 5 o'clock, I said, can you give me Mama Tate's channel? And then I called him twice to see if he had found it. And Lantern called me and said, no, I haven't found it yet. But there's all the messages. That was the last time I called was at 7:15, and now it's 7:42. So I did not give him any threatening messages. So I just wanted to debunk that, because I don't like it when people make rumors and lies up. So people can believe what they want to believe, but I am telling you, honest to God, whatever happened, I did not tell Lantern to leave that live. So there's that. So I hope you'll all believe me, because I'm telling the honest to God truth. I have no reason to lie to you guys anymore. So topic number 2, why do I lie? I'm going to write down the three things. I get embarrassed sometimes about certain things. Sometimes I have no self-confidence. That's another reason why I lie, and that's the honest to God truth. Sometimes I have no confidence. I have no confidence in myself whatsoever. And then the third reason is like everybody, sometimes I want to feel special, because I don't really feel special about myself, you know? Like, there's nothing really special about me. I'm a normal guy from Missouri. I never did anything epic. You know, I've done some cool things in my life, but nothing epic. Nothing epic in my life. Nothing, you know. Let me turn off my phone, because already trolls are calling me. So that's another reason why I lie. So but I'm telling you guys the honest to God truth. I don't know what happened last night, and I wanted Lantern to go in there, but I'm not making fun of Lantern. Lantern has a hard time explaining himself sometimes because of his autism. So people kept asking him, Lantern, he did it, right? He did it. Did Fears do it? Did Fears do it? Well, Lantern's going to answer either yes, no, maybe, I don't know, because that's usually how Lantern responds, and I'm not making fun of him. So I watched it back. He said no a bunch of times, and then when Larry kept pushing him, he said yes. Well, I mean, you have to take it at face value. And I literally called Lantern, and I showed you guys, but there was no threatening messages in, like, oh, Lantern, if you don't get off there, I'm going to block you. I would never do that. And I showed you all the messages on my phone. So there's that. So you can believe me, you can not believe me, but I'm telling you guys, I have no reason to lie anymore. I did not tell Lantern to get off of Larry's show. In fact, Lantern went back on his show, and Lantern stayed for the most part, I think, for the rest of the show. He was gone, what? Maybe 5-10 minutes, if that, you know? So I think it was just a big misunderstanding. That's what I'm thinking, you know? Because everyone's upset about certain things. I'm upset. Larry's upset. A bunch of people are upset. So I think someone was trying to make things even worse. I'm not saying somebody did. That's what it feels like. So yeah. So that's the second topic. Why do I lie sometimes? I get embarrassed sometimes. Sometimes I have no confidence, and sometimes I don't feel special. I don't feel like, you know, so I just make up stuff. But there's been a lot of things. It's on both sides of the coin. There's been a lot of things that I have made up, But there's been a lot of things that I've told you guys 100% the truth. And some people believe me and some people still don't believe me. And I think it's going to take some time to gain people's trust back. And so I'm going to do the best job I can to gain everyone's trust back. But if you don't, then I wish you the best of luck, because I can't live like this anymore. Which brings me up to my third topic. So the first topic was why I made the video. And I hope everybody enjoyed that video, because that video that I made was from the heart. Everything that I wrote in there was 100% the truth, and I really felt bad. I really did, and I still do. So that's why I made it, and I apologize to my fans, and I apologize to myself. I apologize to my friends online and offline. And if anyone's got any questions, they are more than welcome to message me. So the second topic, like I said, was why do I lie? And a lot of the lying has gotten me in trouble, and that's why a lot of people are upset, and I can understand it. So the third topic is why is Fears so angry? And that's a big topic. So why is Fears so angry? And I want you guys to have an open mind. I understand where the fans are coming from, but I want people to step into my shoes when I tell you guys why I'm so angry, and have an open mind. I know not everyone is some people are gonna be like, no, I'm done, and their minds are gonna shut off and be like, I know why Fears is angry. Some of you may know, but some of you may not know the entire story, So I'll tell you why I'm angry, or I've been angry for quite a long time. So, the first reason why I'm angry is it doesn't matter what I do or say. To me, no matter what I say or do, it's never good enough. And I'll give you an example. I knew someone was going to bitch and moan and complain whenever I did the lake jump. I didn't even have to say anything to Dave or James. Immediately, I must have the worst luck in the world. We had 3 cameras rolling. You can ask Dave. You can ask James. I'm telling the honest to God truth. The 3 cameras were, Dave had his GoPro in one hand. The next camera, I said, hey, Dave. I said, I've already got the live going. Here's my phone. So we filmed it on my phone. The third one, I said, James. I said, hold my towel and film with my GoPro. So that's the third camera. I ran, I jumped in, and it was just the worst luck in the world. And if you guys think I'm lying, watch the video back. It was starting to rain, and I could hear thunder. Dave even said he got lightning on his GoPro. I don't know. I haven't watched the footage back on my GoPro. I know I got the whole shot, though. But so I'm going to have to watch. I watched the video back, but I didn't watch it a second time. That's what I meant to say. Excuse me. So I may have to watch it. I don't know if I got lightning on mine. But it's so frustrating when someone says, oh, well, he faked a live. Absolutely did not fake a live. It was the worst luck in the world. Right as I jumped, the internet cut out, and then it jump cut to me out of the water, checking my body for leeches, and then James was about to end. I said, well, wait a minute. I said, don't end it. I said, I'll jump again. And the reason why I jumped again, and I'm saying 100% truthful, was, well, that was a quick video. I'll make the video longer. So I'll jump again, because the fans didn't expect me to jump a second time. So right away I was like, oh, I'll jump again. But everyone that said that I lied about the jump or faked the jump is going to eat their words, because as soon as I upload the content, you'll be like, oh yeah, Fears was telling the truth. He got the whole jump. He got the first jump. He got the second jump. Yeah, he was telling the truth. So I can't wait to upload that content and be like, I hate to say it, but I wasn't lying. The internet cut out. So that's one reason why I get mad, is because people make up rumors and lies about me. And I hate to say it, but the most recent stuff, maybe I shouldn't have got as mad as I got, but when you get so much crap, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. No one deserves this amount of trolling. I even get it worse than Tommy NC 2010. Everything was fine. I go in that Discord, me and Dave. The first one to bitch about it was Pretend Stories. Me and Pretend Stories told him exactly what I just told you. I said, the internet cut out. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. That's just how it is. And then I'm not talking behind Larry's back. I'm sure he's watching, even though he's blocked. He swooped in and started bitching, moaning. When even Pretend Stories said, oh, okay, yeah, if that's the case, then I'll just watch the video. Larry came in, created a bunch of rumors. I don't like animals. Never said that in a million years. Never. I said I don't like snakes. There's a huge difference between me not liking every single animal on the face of the planet and me just not liking one animal. So that was a lie. The other lie was, which was baffling to me, because I came up with the idea of going to the zoo. I said, if somebody donates $20 for the ticket, I'll go and do a surprise vlog for you, for the fans. And he had the nerve to say, oh, I'm not much of a zoo person. When did I ever say that? Never said that in a million years. You know, then he said that I faked a live. And you can go in there. Well, actually, you can't go in there now because he's gone. But before I had him blocked, Dave saw it. Dave saw a message. Me and Dave had a discussion about this for at least an hour. And Dave is on my side. He goes, yeah, Fears, I saw what he did. And I said, there you go. I said it would have never happened if he wouldn't have swooped in. And I was fine with Larry until he did that. And I was like, see, this is ridiculous. And I just got sick and tired of his bullshit. You know, eventually everyone has their breaking point. And mine was the other day. I just could not take it anymore. So the first reason why I get so mad is the rumors and the lies. The second reason is this has been going on ever since I met that Discord. And I hate to say it, not the Discord. This has been going on ever since I met that community. I wish I never would have met that community. I wish Raz a long time ago, and Raz is not even in the community anymore. I wish, if I could time travel back, I really wish Raz would never have said, hey, Fears, you want to come on my live? I thought I was dealing with nice people. Some people are nice. I'm not saying everyone's bad, because not everyone is bad. I've met some wonderful people, and they are wonderful. Pixel's a wonderful friend and a wonderful person. I mean, we've had our miscomings every once in a while, but for the most part, Pixel's a great person. Visions, too. Me and Visions have not always gotten along, but he's a great friend. He's a great guy, and he doesn't judge me, and he doesn't, he's always even when I'm arguing with somebody else, or even when I'm not involved and somebody else is arguing with somebody else, he always tries to remain in that middle ground. And I appreciate that. And Visions is both, too. He's both a no-nonsense person, but he can also joke. Because if you piss him off, he'll be like, hey, listen, here's what's going on. I'm being honest now. And hey, this is what's going on. I'm the same way, too. I can crack a joke and I can take a joke and stuff. But then whenever I get pissed, I'm like, hey, listen, no more Mr. Nice Fears anymore. Fuck you, this is what's going on. And I've always been like that, you know? So it's a love-hate relationship when it comes to that community. Yes, I'm glad I met all the wonderful people. But I've said this to Randall, I've said it to LC, I've even said it to Dave recently. If I'm being honest, which I am, I really wish I never would have met that community. Despite all the nice people in it. It's half and half. There's half evil people, and there's been some psychos on the internet. And maybe I should mention their names. Yakov is not a normal person. He thinks The reason why me and Yakov don't get along is he thinks it's legit okay to make fun of people's religion. I don't care how holy he is. It is evil to make fun of someone's religion. Nobody has that right. So me and him don't get along. Him and Randall would go at it for days and days and days. And I could see how pissed off Randall got. And I was like, damn, I feel bad. And then he does this flip-flop. He's your friend, and then he's not your friend. And me, it's pretty much black and white. Either you're my friend or you're not my friend. Either you like my content or you don't like my content. I've never flip-flopped with a friend. Either, yes, we are friends, or no, we don't get along. We're not friends. You know? Larry does the same thing. I've seen Larry be a wonderful person, and then I've seen Larry be not a nice person. And I'm trying to have this discussion as nicely as I possibly can. I'm not saying, hey, I'm not telling anyone to fuck off. I'm not saying, hey, someone's a shithead. I'm just being open and honest. Some people are going to like it. Some people are not going to like it. But I'm allowed to discuss this in a civil manner. I'm allowed to say whatever I want on my channel. It's my channel, you know? So that's just how it is, you know? But another reason why I get so mad is that community has caused more damage in my life than good. So yeah, that's the second reason. So the first reason why I get so angry is the rumors and the lies. The second one is that community, or our community, has a lot of trolls in it. That is a scientific fact. There's more trolls in there than good people. There's a lot of good people, but there's a lot of trolls. So that community has caused a lot of damage in my life. It really has. I've been angry for years because and then the third reason is it never stops. The trolling never stops. So I get re-mad and re-mad and re-mad. They never give you a break. Like today, I've gotten 5 messages from people. And I hate to say it, this is psychotic. Larry called and he threatened me. He threatened my channel. I don't know how he got my number. I have never called a troll. Like, I've never called Yakov. I've never called Quentin. Never that. Because I'm not psychotic. So he must have got my number from a troll. That is absolutely, without a doubt, psychotic to call someone and harass them. I must get a harassing phone call at least once a day. It's more than once a day recently. But that is absolutely insanity, and it's immature. So the third reason is I'm gonna write down the trolling never stops. Like I would love for people just to leave me alone. If people actually left me alone and let me just do my content and let me live a normal life, I probably wouldn't be as mad. I hate being mad. I really do. I know some people are not going to believe me, but I don't like being mad. I don't like being pissed off. I don't like that version of myself. Contrary to popular belief, I do not like drama. Like, I hate that I have to sit here and say all this. But I was like, well, the fans deserve it. Fans take their time. And I'm not mad. I'm being very calm when I'm talking to you guys. Because I thought, well, if I get mad on camera, then it won't sink into everybody. It'll just be like, oh yeah, same old fears, angry, in a hot minute. So I had something to eat. I took a shower. I went for a walk to clear my head, and I thought, all right, today I'm going to put that video out. I said, I'll give it a couple hours so everybody can watch that video, and I hope everybody did. I said, and then I'll have a sit-down conversation with everybody. And the reason why I'm not reading the chat is because I don't want to get sidetracked. I want to get everything out. And once I get it all done out, I won't bring it up again because that's part of my problem too. I don't know when to let things drop, and then I'll get more pissed off, and then other people get pissed off, but anyway, so let's continue on. So the third reason why I get mad all the time is the trolling never stops, and I honestly think I've had enough. Like, whatever I did wrong, whatever mistakes I've done, I think I've paid for them. You know, like, I'm sorry that I lied to everybody. I'm sorry if I yelled at a fan. I'm sorry if I hurt a fan's feelings. But nobody deserves the amount of trolling that I've had to put up with in these last 10 to 15 years. It's absolutely insanity. It's insanity, you know? And a person in his 50s, I hate to say it, because Larry's 52, I believe. Somebody told me that. I don't know if that's true. Somebody told me that he's 52. Should not act the way he's acting. Me too. I shouldn't be acting the way I've acted at 41. I shouldn't be yelling and screaming and going nuts and getting mad. I shouldn't. But people have bugged me so much, and people have trolled me so much, they've driven me to that because they like to see me get angry. A troll loves a reaction. And they don't like it when I stand up for myself, because a troll always has to be in control. They have to. If you take that power away from them, they get pissed off because they're like, oh, wait a minute. I'm trolling him. He's not supposed to fight back. Oh my God, he actually defended himself. They don't like that. They don't like that whatsoever, because I'm not going to let people push me around. They try to dictate how I'm supposed to live my life. They try to dictate how I'm supposed to run my channel. And they absolutely will not tell me how to run my life. They will not tell me how to, what I can upload, what I can say, how I can run my channel. Absolutely not, you know? So they don't like that. A troll is a bully. They are. They don't like themselves, so they're like, oh, he's a good target. She's a good target, you know? I don't care what Yakov, what Larry, Quentin, they all hate themselves because they bully people. I'll give them this. They've turned trolling into some art form. They're damn good at it, you know? They are. But I just find it insanity. Why would they put all of their time and energy into just one person? And Tommy and me have discussed this at great lengths. Tommy said, Fears. He goes, you're preaching to the choir. He said that one time, and I said, what do you mean? He goes, Fears. He goes, everything that they've done to you, they've done to me. He goes, once they've had their fill of you, they said, if they ever find somebody new, they'll just jump to that person. And I was like, well, I think they need to jump to the next person, Tommy. I said, because I've had enough, you know? Like, I haven't done anything that bad to deserve as much trolling as I've went through. Wow, I've got somebody banned. Wow, I took down a channel. Ooh, who cares? Because in the end, it doesn't fucking matter. It's just a Discord. It's just a YouTube channel. There's far more bigger, important things in this life, you know? And I just, another thing is immaturity. People in this community, I'm not saying everyone, so I don't want anyone accusing me of that. Some people are very mature in this community, and some people are very immature. I've been both. I've been mature at times, like how I am right now. I'm having a normal, I'm not yelling, I'm not screaming, I'm just having a conversation. And there's been times where I've been immature. I'm not going to mention any trolls' names, because that'll be fucking World War 18. Some of those trolls have been mature, and some of them have been immature. And I'm not saying it's always their fault. Sometimes it's their fault. I'm to blame too. You know, I've said hurtful things too, which I regret. I've told people, hey, I hope you fucking die in a car wreck. Hey, I hope you fucking die. I can't wait. I'm going to piss on your grave. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I shouldn't have said that. You know, as much as I hate them, you know, that's pretty evil of me to say, you know. So I'm trying to change too. But again, no one's perfect. I'm sure as hell not perfect. I try to be as the best version of John Fears I can. But again, I go back to what I wrote down. Sometimes I feel like no matter what, I said this to Randall. Randall agrees with me. I said, Randall, let's be honest. No matter what I say, I could sit here for 12 hours and talk. I'm not going to. But I said, be honest with me, Randall. And I couldn't believe his reaction because I knew it was coming, but the way he said it. I was like, Randall, be honest with me. I said, you believe me when I say this. I said, it doesn't matter how many videos I upload. I said, if I uploaded 10 videos, I said an idiot troll would be like, well, you need to upload 17. No, I don't. I want to upload this amount of content each day. And then I said, Randall, it doesn't matter what I say or what I do. I said, they'll find something to psychoanalyze me. They analyze everything I say and everything I do. Like, sometimes, like, I don't know how to pronounce a word. They'll spend an entire live stream about, oh, Fear's mispronounced court gesture. You guys know what the hell I was trying to say. They went on for 45 minutes of, oh, well, he said it this way, and he said it this way. Who the fuck cares? Wow, I mispronounced court gesture. You know what I was trying to say. But again, should someone go on and on and on about it for 45 fucking minutes? A sane person wouldn't. That's ridiculous. And Randall looked at me and said, yeah, Fierce, you're right. It doesn't matter what you do, what you say, so you should just do your best to not focus on them. I say, Randall, I really try. And I really try not to focus on it. But they just keep digging the knife and digging the knife and digging the knife. See how annoying that's getting? And digging the knife and digging the knife and digging the knife until I crack and get upset. Then they're like, oh, yay, we achieved it. Yeah. So tomorrow we'll plan and make his life a living hell and do this, which I don't deserve that. So the trolling never stops. And I'll be honest, I really don't know how to get it to stop, But I don't think anyone should be put through, excuse me, I don't think anyone should be put through what I've put through. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely insanity what I've had to go through. It really is. Again, and I think for whatever I've done, they've made mistakes. I've made mistakes. I think I've paid for them. And I know you guys know how stubborn I can be. I should have listened to the dude from day one. He said, well, Fierce, the more stuff you give them, the more the reaction. I can't believe the dude still, I don't remember exactly what he said in the Discord, but he said something to the effect of, I still have faith in Fierce. And for all those people that still have faith in me, I really appreciate it, Hopefully I can change, because some changes have to be made. I cannot live like this anymore, Every day it's something new, whether it's 15 phone calls a day, I thought about changing my number, It's going to suck because I would have to contact all my friends and be like, hey, here's my new number, and I'd have to be very careful. So then another troll, but it sucks. I shouldn't have to change my number, and then I shouldn't get 15 phone calls a day. I thought it was so psychotic for Larry to leave me a threatening message. I warned Randall. I warned LC. I have nothing to hide, and LC said, Fears, I'm not worried about it. And he goes, you shouldn't be either. I said, I'm not worried about it. I said, I have to keep my sanity. And I said, why would I want to be friends with someone if someone's trolling me? He literally admitted that he started it. He started it. I didn't have anything bad to say about Larry until he came in there guns blazing. Dave will back me up 100%. He lied about this. He lied about that. I'm not going to go into all the rumors because you guys know what he made up. Never said any of that stuff. And none of that had to start. So I bet he's proud of himself. Again, it's so immature to do. It's insanity. A 5-hour live stream trolling somebody. And it wasn't just him. It was Yakov was in there running his mouth. Lantern wasn't saying much. And then, I hate to say it, Visions was in there. I mean, Visions just stated his opinion, but he wasn't really trolling. Not that I saw. He just said, I'm honest about this. This is what happened. This is what happened. But Yakov and Larry was trolling. That's so immature to do a 5-hour roast stream, whatever you want to call it. It's ridiculous. Excuse me for a second. I'm still getting over a cold. But I wanted to have a conversation with you guys. That's why I wrote down some. I've added stuff to my notes, but so those are really the three main reasons why I'm still mad. And they're the rumors and the lies, because nobody likes rumors and lies. Honestly, I should have just ignored them. You know, because Visions wrote me and said, Fears, have you been diagnosed with anything? I understand why he asked that, because of the way I acted. But the main reason why I reacted is because I'm so sick and tired of people troll me, and I'm so sick and tired. Like, I've ran out of patience. And that's the reason why I reacted the way I reacted, because it's every day with this bullshit. No one deserves that. I was like, I never said that. I never said that. And everyone has their boiling point. And if you think about it, I know people are going to be like, no, I would never act like that. You're lying. If you got as much trolling as me, day in and day out for 10, 15 years, you would eventually snap. The dude would. Yes, he would. So you have to put yourself in my shoes. Anyone would crack if they were like, hey, Fears, hey, and they poke you, and they keep poking you and poking you and poking you for hours on end every day for 10 or 15 years. It needs to stop. Whether they like me or not, it just needs to stop. Just stop. Just leave people alone. Again, I'll go back to what I was saying. Either you like my content or you don't. Either you like me or if you don't. If you don't like me, 1, you don't have to watch. 2, if you don't like me, there's the door. I wish everybody luck that doesn't like me. There's the door. You can leave. I love each and every of my loving and loyal fans, but I just can't take it anymore. I don't know what else to tell you. You know, that's why I wanted to have a heart-to-heart. So I hope things get better. I really do. But the main reasons why I wanted to talk before I got into my topics was I wanted to tell everybody why I made the video, because I was like, oh, I bet some people are going to think, oh, he just made that video just to smooth everything over and he wanted pity. Nope. I legit made that video because I wanted to say sorry to my fans, because I felt sorry for them. I felt sorry for me. I was like, no one should act the way I've acted. Like, I'm actually disgusted with the way I acted. I shouldn't have let all those trolls get the better of me. But they did. And again, because I'm not perfect, you know? And I'll put it out there right now. I have low patience. I have a temper sometimes. I get it from my dad, because my dad rarely got mad. But when he did get mad, watch out. You know? I get that from my dad. So, and I need to work on my temper and my patience. They're like the death of fears. If I would have more patience and if I wouldn't have as much anger, I think I would be a better person. And I always try to work on that. I made the video to explain myself, because sometimes I'm not good at explaining myself. Sometimes I can't find the words. So I was like, well, plus, and I also made the video because, like I said in my video, I said it'll mean more to the fans if I actually take some time out and make a video, because you could just talk all you want and they're like, yeah, whatever, Fears, that's all talk. I thought, all right, well, I'll show action. I'll make a video and be like, listen, here's what's going on. I'm sorry for my actions. Hopefully things will get better. And that's all I got for you. And, I apologize and all the rest of the stuff I said in the video. So I actually need to put that down. The fourth one. So the first one I did to say sorry. 2, to explain myself. 3, I felt bad for everything, because I really do feel bad for everything. And the fourth one was to show action more than words. So to show action more than words. And then I wrote down, I did not make the video to have anyone pity me. And then I said, why do I lie sometimes? I said, I get embarrassed sometimes. Sometimes I have no confidence. That's another thing. Sometimes I have so much confidence, and then other times I'm like, we all have bad days, and then I have zero, you know? And then sometimes, like everybody, you want to feel special. That's why I lie. But most of the time I lie because I have no self-confidence or I'm embarrassed about something. Like, I'm embarrassed that I don't have a girlfriend or a wife. I should have had that a long time ago, but every time I've met a girl, they've either moved away or someone's cheated on me or it's the worst timing. And I cannot wait to find a girl, you know? I should have had a family by now. I would love to have a son or a daughter, you know, to carry on. Like, I envy my brother so much. He's got a wonderful wife. He's got a wonderful job. And Shelton is like the cutest thing ever. I cannot wait to meet him. I can't wait for you guys to see him. I bought him a whole bunch of clothes. I showed my mom all the. I took photos of all the clothes that I have up there. I have them nicely folded over there on the kitchen counter, and they're gonna stay there until I put them in my bag and take them to my mom. And my mom's like, "Hey, when you get here, John, we'll put them in a nice gift bag, and I'll invite your brother and his wife over, and Shelton over, and we'll all have dinner, and then they can open it." I said, "That sounds great, Mom." I said, "That sounds fantastic," you know. Another thing is I haven't told my mom about any of this. Thank God she doesn't watch the stream. She watches the videos sometimes because she'll be like, "Hey, what, you made a video about this? Like, why did you go and vlog there?" She likes the videos, but she's like, "Oh, I don't watch the live streams, John." And I'm so grateful that she doesn't because they're so long. And she's like, "Oh, I get." She goes, "I get what you do, John." She's like, "You pick like 4 or 5 topics and you do a live." And I said, "Yeah." But I never tell her about any of this drama. I have before, and she's just told me the same thing that Randall and LC, like, just ignore it, just ignore it. And I was like, I do, but I'm like, Mom, sometimes it's too much. I'm like, you have to stand up for yourself at some point in your life. I said, you can't let people walk all over you. And I won't have people walk over me. Yakov, I will not have him walk all over me. I won't have Larry walk all over me. Quentin's never been nice, though. Ever since I met him, I said, "Hey, Quentin, I'm John Fierce. Nice to meet you." Immediate hate. Right when I said, "Hey, I'm nice to meet you." So I'm just using those people as examples. But, like, at least when I met Yakov, we tried to get along. We don't. He's got his own opinions. I've got my own opinions. I don't think it's right to make fun of people's religion. Like, I'll give you another example. Visions doesn't. I guess he's an atheist. He doesn't believe in God or Jesus or whatever. That's him. I'm like, if that works for him, great. Randall's a Jehovah's Witness. Great. I've never made fun of Randall's religion. So he doesn't have any, he thinks he has a right to make fun of people's religion. He doesn't. Absolutely does not have any, and I've never made fun of Yakov's. If Yakov wants to be a Baptist, great. And then they make fun of my religion. Oh, I'm a Mormon. I am not a Mormon. I'm not. My church is a non-denominational Christian church. Non-denominational means everyone's welcome. We're just a plain Christian church. It's been like that for decades. And I don't understand. Yeah, a long time ago, there was Mormons in my church, but they broke off. That Joseph Smith guy, I don't know a lot about it, but he wanted to form his own church, and it changed. So if it was because I know people have showed me stuff, so if it was about Mormons and all that stuff, it's totally changed. Now it has nothing to do with Mormons. We even voted, my church even voted a couple of years, or actually, I'm sorry, more than a couple of years ago, our original name, the Mormons are the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And our church name was the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And to get away to get away from Mormons and to get people thinking that we're not Mormons, because we're not. My church changed our name. My church is called the Community of Christ, again, for the 1 millionth time, because they always make fun of my religion. Almost once a week I see in the Discord or in someone's hate stream or whatever, oh yeah, Fear's a Mormon. No, I am not. That gets annoying too. I am a non-denominational Christian. Period. I don't know what else to tell you guys. I am. I'm not that. And I've never been a Mormon. Ever. So, there's that. So I just wanted to crush all the rumors, and I wanted to have an open and honest conversation. I haven't got mad. I feel like I've been nothing but nice in this conversation. I should be extremely mad, and I have been, but I'm trying to change my ways because I've gotten called every single name in the book. I've gotten, oh, Fears is gay, he's an idiot, he's a moron, he's a loser, he's this, he's that. I get it. Some people don't like you on the internet, and some people do. I accept that, But, again, I'll go back to what I was saying. Nobody deserves. Tommy doesn't deserve to get that much hate. I don't deserve to get that much hate. It's immature to have roast streams. It's immature. So, people are going to believe whatever they're going to believe. But the best thing I can do is learn from my mistakes in the past and just do the best job I can going forward. Because I wish I could make up for the past, because if I could, I would have never met that Discord. And I'll be honest, I have not had fun on YouTube since I met that Discord. I will say this, there's been moments of fun, but I truly haven't had fun since I met that Discord. If you go back, before I met that Discord and all those idiot trolls, I was so happy. I was having fun. I was uploading videos. Not even the minute I started live streaming, the minute I met that Discord, I keep saying Discord, excuse me, the moment I met that community, it's been hell on earth. And I think I've suffered enough. Now some trolls will be like, no, we're gonna keep it going forever. I hope not. But at some point, enough's enough. So I hope this discussion has gotten everybody understand where I'm coming from. I was like, I understand where all my fans are coming from. I'm sure they don't like it. I'm sure they don't like the endless drama. I sure as hell don't like the endless drama. But I'm like, they're just saying, hey, Fierce, look at it from our side. Like N4 said that to me 4 times. I'm like, well, I'll reverse it. Look at it from my point of view. Everyone's coming at me. Everyone's attacking me. And I'm like, listen, I don't need this shit. I don't need this drama. I don't want this drama. I never asked for this drama. And people kept saying like, oh, well, Fierce did it to himself. No, I did not. That is the most biggest bullshit I've ever seen in my life. I never said, hey, troll me. Never once said that in a million years. So whoever said that, I hate to say it, you're an idiot. I never once said, yes, please troll me. Never said that. So whoever said that is a liar. I never wanted any drama. I never wanted anything. Nothing. Never said that in a million years. Never. People started trolling me, if I'm being honest, because of the way I reacted. They're like, oh, we got a good reaction out of Fears, so we'll just keep it up. And people are sick online. I've never understood that. Why would somebody want to torture somebody and make their life a living hell, and then they get pleasure out of it? They're like, oh yeah, that's real funny. Yeah, we'll do this, we'll do that. You're sick in the head. I have never trolled anyone. I've said true statements about people, but I've never, like Mattman used to roast everybody. I'm just using him as an example. I'm glad people make fun of Mattman because he's a sick pedophile fuck, Really? All right, then I'll be honest. Excuse me. The only person I've ever trolled is probably Mattman because he deserves it. Because you shouldn't say and do those evil things that he's done and said to children, because that's just so fucked up, So that person, but I've never trolled Quentin. I've never trolled Yakov. I've said truthful things about them, like, "Hey, you're disrespectful. Hey, you're immature. Hey, you're an idiot for doing this." But I've never like trolled them the way they've trolled me. The only person I've ever trolled is probably Matt Man. But again, he deserves it because you should never do and say the things that he's done and said to children, because that's even more fucked up than Larry, calling me and threatening me. Or that's that. What I'm trying to say is that's more fucked up than anything a troll has done to me. That's a better way of analyzing it. Whatever you want to say. Excuse me. Anyway. So I hope people understand where I'm coming from, and I hope people. And when I started this conversation about an hour ago, I said I want everyone to have an open mind. So I hope everyone has had their minds open and listened to what I've had to say, and not judge me. I'm sure some people have, because before I turned off my phone, some troll said, "You're already lying, Fears," and I was like, "No, I'm not." So I know some people are just going to glaze over this, but I hope most people understand where I'm coming from, because I haven't gotten mad. I've been nothing but nice, and the reason why I called Larry out is I thought it was very psycho of him to call me. That's ridiculous. I don't know how he got my number. I sure as hell didn't give it to him. But I haven't made fun of him. I just said that's psychotic, because it is to call someone, 15 times a day. I'm not saying he called me 15. He called me twice, I believe, because I deleted both voicemails. I only listened to one voicemail for about 20 seconds, and then I deleted it. He left me another one. I didn't even listen to it. So he's wasting his time. I don't care. I don't even care what he had to say, because there's nothing to say. Some people get along and some people don't. And I'm sick of his bullshit. That's why I blocked Yakov. I'm sick of his bullshit. I'm sick of Quentin's bullshit. And why would I want to be someone's friend if they do a roast stream on me for 5.5 hours? That's insanity. That's crazy. But I do take responsibility. So I'm going to write down, like, so number 4, my 4th topic is, how did all this happen? So how did all this happen? And I'll take responsibility. The number 1, I'll write, some of it is my fault. Like, I thought I could win. You can't win with a troll, because no matter what you say or do, they're going to fire back at something. And I've learned that. People probably are going to get sick and tired of me hearing it. It's the truth, though. If you go into the Discord, I have never gotten the last word. They always have to get the last word. Always. Because they always think they're right. And it is the truth. They can deny it up and down. It's the truth. I'll say one thing. Then they say another thing. I'll say another thing. And it'll go on for an hour or two. And then people wonder why I always leave, because I get sick and tired of arguing with them, and I get sick and tired of them trolling. So I leave, and they're like, yippee, yippee, we got the last word, we won. Great, you got the last word. I don't care if you got the last word. That's so immature. But they always think they're right. They're always right. I'm always wrong. They're sweet little golden angels. We never do anything wrong. They do. In their delusional mind, they're like, and so what? And then their little game is that they'll say a bunch of stuff, right? And then someone will come in and go, no, I don't know why Fears is yelling at me. I just wanted to talk to him. And I'm like, you're so full of shit. They don't like that I fight back, and then they're like they'll say it to Dave, or they'll say it to somebody else. They're like, I don't know why Fierce is acting like this. We mentioned something to him. Yeah, you mentioned a bunch of a bunch of bullshit and a bunch of troll items and a bunch of fighting and trolling stuff, and then they act like sweet angels. But no, we didn't do anything wrong, and I can't believe Fears said this about me. That's disgusting. Shame on you, Fears. I'm a golden angel, and that gets tiring too. And I'm like, sometimes it is their fault. But I'm not saying always. Sometimes it is my fault. There's been times where I've went in there and I'm like, all right, bring it on, motherfucker, and I've started a fight. Because I would be lying if I said I never started it. But I would say they start it more. Because they do. I do start it sometimes. I'm willing to admit that. So I'm going to write down, sometimes it's my fault. And that's how this started. Sometimes it's not not the most recent events with the me and Larry bullshit. He started that. But I'm just saying overall, sometimes it's my fault. Sometimes it's their fault. So I'm going to write that as for number 2. So how did all this start? And I said, sometimes it's my fault and I start it. And then for number 2, I'm going to write, sometimes they started. Because again, I would be lying to you guys if I said they always started. They don't always start it. A lot of the times they start it, but I have started it sometimes because in my brain I'm like, okay, yeah, they want to mess with me. I'm going to win. Now I'm determined to win. And I shouldn't have done that. I should have just walked away and been like, all right, whatever. Yeah, I see what they're doing. They're trying to troll me. I should have just been the more mature person and walked away. But I mean, it's tough sometimes on YouTube. That's why I did that segment. It's tough to be a YouTuber sometimes. Sometimes it is the most funnest thing in the world. Funnest isn't a word, but sometimes it's the most joyous thing in the world, being a YouTuber. Like interviewing all the people, hanging out with my online friends, hanging out with friends offline, meeting people online. That's been cool. I never thought in a million years I would have met the Sega camp. We had a great time. And I'll get to all those rumors, because people made so much crap up about me and Sega. Sega started laughing. I started laughing. Me and Sega did not fight not one time when he was here. Not one time. We had a blast. And you guys can totally see that in the footage. But let's finish this topic and then we'll get to the next one. So, how did it all start? Sometimes it's my fault. I'm trying to stay on topic here, and I'm trying to get everything out that I want to say, so I never have to have this conversation again, because I really don't, Like, I want to have nothing but positive live streams and nothing but positive vlogs, And again, I haven't made fun of anyone. So I hope you guys understand where I'm coming from. I'm kind of afraid to look at the comments, I will eventually, whenever I'm done, because eventually I've got other topics that I wanted to talk about. But I hope everyone will look at it with an open mind, because I've been nothing but honest. This is probably the most honest I've been in quite a while, because I don't want to lie anymore, and I haven't lied to you guys in a long while. And I hate that I lied, because now all those lies that I made up right when I was introduced to the community, now everyone thinks I'm a liar all the time when I'm not. I swear on my father's grave, I did not tell Lantern to leave that live. And you guys know how much my dad means to me. I would not say that unless it was 100% true. I don't know what happened. But I swear on my father's grave, I swear on my grave, I did not tell Lantern to leave that live. So you're either going to believe me or you're not, but I'm telling the truth. Excuse me. So, all right. So I'm trying to stay on point here. Sometimes it's my fault and I start it. Sometimes it's their fault. And they start it. The third reason why all this started is all the trolling and all the rumors and all the lies. So, lies and rumors and trolling that other people have done and said about me. That doesn't help. And then trolling in general started it. And again, I'm not trying to drag this out. I had these ready to go, and these were here, and I just added in my notes. So yeah, I forgot the fifth one. I forgot to write down, so I'm gonna write that one down. So the fifth one I did not write down, but these were already prepared because I knew exactly what I wanted to say. I'm surprised I've done this good at explaining myself because, like I said, sometimes I'm good at it, and sometimes I'm not. So, all right, number 5. What I'm gonna focus on in the next few weeks, because well, actually, no, that'll be number 6. Number 5 is why I'm taking a break from my podcast. So this will be the last this will be the last podcast live for quite a while. I may still do the in real life live streams, because if I do go to the show this weekend, because I'm so far behind on my vlogs, I may just do a live stream at the show if I decide to go. If I do go, I'll probably just go for one day, because Jeff's doing a excuse me, Jeff's doing a 2-day show, so I don't know. I mean, I can afford to go for 2 days, but do I want to go for 2 days? No, because normally the only time I've gone to any of his 2-day shows is if it's like Super RetroCon. That one's epic. So I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to stay there for the next 2 days. Absolutely. Because I'll get epic footage. But really, I don't need any more footage. And I'm kind of breaking my old rule. My old rule was, oh yeah, there's never enough footage. I have enough footage to do probably 25 vlogs. That's how far behind I am, you know? Like I could do 25 vlogs. I'm going to try to like edit it down to like 7 or 8 vlogs, you know, cuz I'm going to put a whole bunch of stuff like the lake jump. When you guys see it, I'll probably put that at the end of me and Jeff's hangout, because I need to upload. We've done 3 hangouts since all this bullshit started. The first hangout kind of doesn't like count because I met Dave at that convention and he was in my live stream. But the first official hangout was we went to Atomic Horror, we went to Friar Tuck's and all that. That was the first one. The second hangout was we went to the Star Wars show, which I'll upload. And then the third one was the zoo. And we went and got something to eat. We went back to Friar Tuck's. So, yeah. So, I'm going to try to I'll probably do 2 vlogs. I'll probably do just the Star Wars stuff by itself. And then the rest of that hangout, Atomic Horror and the lake jump and the zoo, I'll probably cram all that together. And you guys will see that I didn't fake the lake jump. I would never do that. If a fan... that was another reason why I wanted to give back to the fans. I love the fans. I love you guys. I love the support. I love the comments. I love the views. I love giving back. I love when I get fan mail. You guys have been nothing but gracious when it comes to fan mail. Yeah, I get some troll mail here and there, and normally I either don't show it on camera or I do something funny. Like Quentin sent me a whole bunch of troll mail, and I burned it one time. Another time he said some vicious, evil stuff about my dad, and I took it and I was like this, and I'm like, I'm not going to give you the pleasure. Bye. And I ripped it up like that. And then I put it over here, and then at the end of the live, I just threw it away. I didn't even bother to read it because I know he's from California, and it said California. And then there was a little note that had like a Q on it. I was like, oh, well, who has a Q? It's Quentin. So it's either someone pretending to be Quentin or it is him. And I was like, I'm not going to read this because I know it's a bunch of crap. So I was like, bye, ripped it up, threw it away, you know. So, number 5, why am I taking a break from my podcast? And there's only a few reasons. Number 1, because of all the chaos, all the drama. I need a break from everything. So, because of the chaos, drama, everything. That's the main reason. That's why I put it number 1. Number 2 is if I don't have to worry about a podcast every day, I can actually catch up on my vlogs because I know you guys want to see the content. I want to see the content. I've had tons of trolls go, I don't know who it was, but I'd say a month or two ago, someone texted me this. I don't remember exactly what they said, but I don't know who it was. Someone texted me from, I know it wasn't their number, and he said, Fears, nothing you upload is good. It's either old content that you reuse, which I've never reused any content. I've made different videos with the same content, but it's always a different video. I've never took an old video and tried to pass it off as a new video. I'm like, that's stupid. I've either re-edited a video, like I'll give you an example. I took one of my old like school projects, and I'm like, I know I can re-edit this better now that I'm a better editor. Like that was my first attempt at editing. Well, maybe I can do it a better version of it and re-edit it and make it better because now I'm a better editor. That's absolutely fine. But I've never passed off like, hey, the vlog from last week, this is a new vlog. No, it's the vlog from last week. I would just upload a new video. I think what they mean by that is I'll do a vlog, right, on the vlog channel, and then on the main channel, I'll say highlights from the show. Sometimes I put new footage in there. Like I'll save some footage. I'll be like, all right, I'm going to put all this footage in the vlog. And then I film a lot at those shows. So I'll be like, all right, all this is going in the vlog. This footage is going to go just on Fearsman 26. And I'll save that for the highlight. Well, since no one's seen it, it's a new video. It's a video about the same show, but it's new footage in that video. Every once in a blue moon, I'll maybe take a clip from the vlog and put it in there because it's an important clip, you know. But normally, I try to make different content for both channels, if that makes sense. So, number 2, if there's no podcast, then I can actually catch up on my vlog. So, no podcast, catch up on videos. And again, I've said this a million times. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you what that person said in that text. So I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said something to the effect of, Fears, none of your content is good, which is completely wrong. He just said that to hurt my feelings. And then he said, you'll never get fame. And I was like, I could care less about fame. You know, if I got a play button, cool. If I don't, at least I tried my best. And then he said, you reuse stuff or you upload vlogs from like 3 years ago. Yeah, because I'm behind, but it's new to you guys. And that troll doesn't understand that. I'm like, yeah, it's old to me, but why wouldn't I upload it? The fans have never seen this, and they want to see it. You guys are always asking, hey, Fears, when are we going to see this? Hey, like N4 said, hey, Fears, I'm still waiting on that Christmas thing for a year and a half ago. And I know exactly which one he's talking about because I haven't uploaded any Christmas stuff, I think, for a year, the last 2 years. I think. Something like that. It's either all of last year or all of last year and the year before. I've only uploaded one video of me at LC's party. So all that I'm going to catch up on. It's all on my hard drive. It's not going anywhere. I just got lazy and I've been going through all this stress. And I don't feel like editing when I'm stressed out. Because you guys have seen me editing at my best And then I've tried to edit when all this crazy shit's going on. And the vlogs, I'll say it to myself, the vlogs, I can tell. When I'm happy, the vlogs are rocking, and I'm real motivated. If I'm down in the dumps, I've tried to edit, and I'm like, this vlog fucking sucks. And I've took it down. And then I've waited until things are a lot better in my life, and I'm like, all right, now I'm ready to, now things are chill, and everything's cool, and or better, and the vlogs come out 10 times better. So, yeah. All right, so why am I taking a break from my podcast? Because of all the chaos and drama, everything. That's the main reason. Second reason is no podcasts, catch up on videos. The third, I just need some peace. I just need some time to reflect. I've got a lot of changes that I need to do for myself, for my channel. I need to change because, again, sometimes it is my fault. Not all the time. Sometimes it's their fault. So I'm going to put down, I need some peace and quiet. A lot of thinking to do. And changes in my life. Number 4, I want to focus on more important things, you know. And I'm going to tell you guys the stuff I'm going to focus on in just a minute. I'm going to focus on more important things. And number 5, I just need like a recharge. Need a recharge. And what I mean by that is I talked to LC and Randall before I did this podcast. One, to warn them, because Larry's very angry right now, and so am I. And I'm not saying that I'll never unblock him, but if I do unblock him, it'll be a very long time from now, because he really, really, really insulted me. He really pissed me off. And he will not put me through what he put me through ever again. So if I see some change in him, then yeah, maybe I'll unblock him. But it's just, when people don't get along, it's better just to do the more mature thing. And I just blocked them instead of fighting. I'm like, all right, I'm done. I'm sick and tired of fighting. I'm going to block him. I'm going to walk away. And I should be allowed to do that, you know? Because again, I have not made fun of him this whole time. I've been open and honest, and I think I've been nothing but nice. So yeah. So when I say I need a recharge, I had this discussion with LC, and I had it with Randall. And I started the conversation. I said, I just want to warn you, Randall and LC. And I basically had the same conversation. They gave me different types of advice at the end of the conversation. But I basically started the conversation with, hey, I just want to let you know, Larry called me. He threatened if I don't unblock him that he's going to keep trolling me, and he won't stop. And he said, LC's a part of this too. You know, you got him to block me. So I just said, Randall, I said, I hope Larry doesn't come after you. But I said, just have your guard up. I said, LC, I said, have your guard up. And I said, LC, I said, if he does do anything, I'm really sorry. I said, I couldn't take his bullshit anymore. And I had to do what I thought I had to do, and I blocked him. Maybe it was immature of me to get him blocked from LC's Discord, but I just could not take his bullshit anymore, you know? So there it is. And so after I warned them, I said, I definitely need to make some changes. And Randall and LC both agreed. And LC said, well, look at me, Fears. He goes, I've changed. And I said, LC, I said, I am so glad you changed. And I said, LC, if I'm being honest, and I said this and I meant it. I said, LC, I said, even if you wouldn't have changed, I said, I don't judge people. I said, I said, LC, I said, I'm your friend. I said, I love you like a brother. I said, even if you wouldn't have changed, I said, I like you for who you are. I said, I said, you like to smoke. I said, you and your wife were going nuts on shorties and telling me all these wild stories and stuff. If he wouldn't have changed, I would still like LC. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, I'm really worried about him because, he smokes a lot, and he drinks more than I do. So I was overwhelmed when he said, hey, Fears, like, I'm getting older, man. I need to change. And I'm like, hey, man. I'm like, that's great. That's awesome. I said, I didn't know how much he was going to change, but I remember when he said, hey, I'm going to change. And he's changed even more than me. So he actually inspired me. So both things have inspired me. Like the fans saying, Fears, like, we hate to see you this mad. And Four said that. He said, Fears, I hate to see you this mad. I said, so do I. I said, I don't want to be this mad. And I even told N4, I said, I need to change some stuff in my life too. So LC and the trolls have kind of inspired me. Like, they always call me fat. That's one of the reasons why I got back into the gym. Another reason is nothing against my dad, but my dad worked out a lot, but my dad waited too long to get checked for prostate cancer. I get checked every other year, and thank God, knock on wood, nothing happens to me in the future. But my dad even said, well, John, I don't want you to go through what I went through. My dad waited until he was 47 to get checked for his first time. I just let the doctor decide. He'll be like, hey, Fears, you got checked when you were 35, so you don't have to get checked again until you're 38. So every couple of years I get checked. Like the last time I got checked for prostate cancer, I'm 41 now. I think the last time I got checked, I was 39, and everything was fine. So probably in a year, I'm going to get checked again, and it's very simple. You just go to Quest Diagnostic. They take 2 vials of blood, and they check to see if you have a certain amount of chromosomes in your blood. And if you do, they do a bunch of tests, and they say it's very simple. If you get a green dot, like on your little paper, then you don't have prostate cancer. If you get a red, that means you should go to the hospital and tell your doctor and see if you can beat it. Because if you can beat it and they can get rid of it right off the bat, then you're good. If you wait too long, then you have to battle with prostate cancer your whole life, like, unfortunately, what my dad did. And he actually beat it. He was in remission for 13 years, and they thought they had gotten it. I was so happy for my dad. I really was. I was like, yes, you beat it. You beat it. I'm like, that's great, Dad. That's fucking awesome. And then all of a sudden, cancer's like a fungus. If you get rid of a lot of it, great. But if you don't get rid of all of it, even if it's that tiny bit still left in your body, it'll regrow back again. And by God, it came back like a fucking thunder and just ate my dad alive. I was just like, fuck. And he almost had it beat. I was like, oh, it was in remission it was around 10 to 13 years. And I say that because I honestly don't remember how many years it was in remission. It was around that. So I'm not lying. I just honestly don't remember. It was between 10 and 13 years. And I seriously thought he had it beat. And then it came back with a fucking thunder. And I was like, fuck. I'm like, now there's nothing he can do except for battle it and battle it and battle it and battle it until eventually it gets too bad. And that's exactly what happened. So, anyway. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent. Getting back to this. So, when I was talking to Randall and LC, I said, I need a recharge. And Randall and LC said, I think that's good, Fears. He said, you need to focus on your church. You need to focus on your friends, your family, your job. That's another rumor. I have a job. It's not the best job. I wish it's full time, but I still have a job. And I don't understand why people think I don't. I do. And the reason why my hours are so weird is because whenever they need me is when they need me. If we have a large night, and they don't understand how a factory works, and they're like, how does he know how many boxes? They tell us every single night. I go in before we get on the line, my supervisor, not my manager, my supervisor will get a group of us and say, all right, tonight we've got this much, because every day the corporate office calls my bosses and my supervisor and say, yeah, you guys are going to have around 40 to 45,000 tonight. Tomorrow it'll probably be maybe less. I don't know where they get those numbers from, but it's from HR. It's from the corporate office. And they call and say, you guys are going to have a big load tonight. You guys are going to have a little load. And I've explained it the best way I can. So every night we have a team meeting. So if I'm on line 4, there's a little team meeting. Whoever's on line 5, they have a team meeting and they hear the same shit from their supervisor. And they throw me around. Some nights I'm like on line 3, sometimes I'm on line 4. It's a different line almost every night. You know, sometimes for like 4 or 5 weeks, they'll be like, hey, Fears, we just need you on line 4. I'm like, that's cool, because I'm a team player. I'm like, wherever you guys need me, just tell me what needs to be done, and I'll fucking do it, you know? You know? The only time my job changes is when I always volunteer for the Christmas stuff, because we get more boxes around Christmas time, because that's when people do the most shopping. The most we've ever had since I've worked there in the 4 years I've worked there, excuse me, this freaking coffee's making me burp, my bad. The most we've ever had is around 100,000. That's the most. And that was a couple years ago. Like last year around Christmas time, we had about 90,000. But I don't know who said it. They're like, I think Yakov said it. He's like, how does he know each night how many boxes? My supervisor tells me, you know, it's not that big of a deal. You know, I go in, every line has a team meeting. They say, all right, guys, this is what we have to do tonight. Tonight, we're going to conquer this achievement or this mission. And then they say, tonight, we've got this many boxes. So if there's a low amount of boxes, they don't need you for the full shift. They're just like, all right, you can either come in. Sometimes they've literally called me and said, hey, Fears, it's a light load tonight. Do you want to work? And sometimes I've been lazy and be like, nah, I think I'll just stay home and chill. Other nights I'm like, yeah, I don't mind. I'll come in. Cool. We only need you for 3 or 4 hours. Cool. See you then. Other nights I've worked the whole shift. So hopefully that puts that baby to rest, because I'm so sick and tired of it. I think the whole reason why this job thing started, I should have never opened my mouth. I should have just kept it quiet about me finding a better job. Because the minute you say, they're like, oh, well, why is he looking for a better job? Does he not have a job? No, I have a job, but I'm sick and tired of lifting boxes my whole life. I'm allowed to look for a better job. I just took my dad's advice. He goes, it's a hell of a lot easier to find a job when you still have a job. As soon as I find a better job, I'm going to put in my 2 weeks and say, hey, thank you very much for your time. I found something else, but I appreciate all the experience that you gave me. I'm going to put in my 2 weeks. You know, anytime I've left a job, I've always been professional. I've always said, I appreciate the experience, but I think it's time to move on. I'll stay on for as long as you need me to, until you find somebody else to take my position. I'm going to put in my 2 weeks. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, no worries. Have you found a new job? Yep, I found a new job. I told my new boss I'm going to do my last 2 weeks and I'm going to move on. So as soon as I find something better, and I've been applying, I haven't applied for anything in quite a while due to all this fucking stress and all this bullshit. So I'd say the last time I applied for a job was about 2 weeks ago. So I'm allowed to look, though. I just haven't found anything promising. I've had a few hits, and I've done a few like phone interviews, but nothing solid. But yeah. So anyway, what I'm getting at, the fifth one, is I need a recharge. When I was talking to, I keep getting sidetracked, I'm sorry. After I warned Randall and LC about, I'm getting tired. After I warned LC and Randall about what Larry may or may not do, I said I hope he doesn't come after me, but I said I certainly hope he doesn't come after you. I hope he does the more mature thing and just walks away and just leaves me alone. Because the more he pushes me, the less I'm inclined to unblock him. Because I'm sick and tired of people's crap, you know? So after we talked about that, I said, what do you guys think I should do? Randall said it a different way, but also LC said, I think you need a recharge, Fears. And he didn't really say it like that, but he said, like, focus on what's more important. Your job, your friends, your family, your content, get caught up. He goes, I bet you're looking forward to visiting your mom and meeting your nephew. And I said, yeah. He goes, I think after you come back from that vacation, you'll be a better person and you'll be recharged. And I said, yeah, I probably will, because I miss my mom. And I said, I can't wait to meet my new nephew, spend some time with family. I always go visit my dad and my grandma's grave. I always buy them like the biggest bouquet of flowers I can possibly find. So number 5, the reason why I'm taking a break from my podcast is I definitely need to recharge from everything. So yeah, need to recharge on all aspects. And then the 6th and last thing I want to talk about before I get to the fun topics. Again, I'm sorry if I went too long. I tried to keep this serious talk as short as possible. These were planned, 1 through 4. I just added the notes. This one and this one I just thought of, so that's why I'm writing them down. But the questions were planned, and I just added in the information. So the 6th thing is what I'm going to focus on. So what am I going to focus on? So I'm going to take Randall and LC's advice. I'm going to focus on church, because I haven't been to church in a couple of weeks, and I feel really bad. I love my church family. I've got 2 wonderful church family. The church family that I left, in St. Louis, they're wonderful people. They're the most nicest, most wonderful people I've ever met in my entire life. And now I have a new church family, the church that I go to in Orlando. It's not downtown Orlando, but it's near downtown. It's about, well, if the traffic's good, it's about 38 minutes away. If the traffic's bad that day, then I can probably get there in an hour with traffic. But I always leave early, so I can get to church early, because church starts at 10:30, and usually it ends around 12:30. Unless they say, hey, we have a church meeting, or hey, we're celebrating someone's birthday. Anytime they have like a lunch, a potluck dinner or a lunch or anything, is we're always celebrating. So if they're like, oh, hey, stay after church, it's this person's anniversary, we're going to make lunch for you guys. Or, hey, this person just graduated college, stay and have a meal, and that's where all those rumors started. Oh, Fears only stays for the pancakes. Fears only stays for, I'm like, that's not true. I'm like, yeah, it's a free meal. I appreciate it, but I go because I love God and I love Jesus. I'm like, yeah, it's nice that they provide a meal, but they don't always provide a meal. The only thing they always provide is in the mornings, they always have coffee and they always have donuts. Always. Because some people are so late to church, they don't have time for breakfast. So, but people like coffee in the morning. I always have a coffee when I'm at church, but they don't always have a meal. And I'm sick of that rumor too. I'm like, I don't just go for the food. I'm like, that's ridiculous, So what am I going to focus on? Church, family, church family, my job, number 2. So that's all under 1. Church, my family, my church family, and then my job. 2nd, I'm going to focus on losing weight. So losing weight. Going to the gym more. Going on my walking. Just losing as much weight as I can. Because I've lost a lot of weight, but whenever I treat myself, because you're allowed to treat yourself, but, I need to lose more weight. Like, when I went to the doctors, he keeps saying the same stuff. He's like, you're in great shape, Fierce. You just need to lose the belly fat. And he goes, you're not that fat. And I was like, he goes, you're more chubby. And I was like, yeah. I said, I just want to get rid of this big belly. And he goes, yeah. He goes, just keep working out, you know? And he goes, that's all I can tell you. He goes, your heart rate is fine. He goes, you're fine in this area. You're fine in that. He goes, you're in perfect health. He goes, except just you need to get the weight down. And I said, great. So let's see what else. The third thing, I'm going to work on my content, you know, for both channels, you know. So I'm going to focus on my content, new and old. My content. Let's see what else. Church family, my job, losing weight, going to the gym more, walking, my content. Finding a better job. And I'm going to really try and put more effort into finding a lady. And if that means I'm so nervous, like Sega's more braver than me. He actually went on speed dating. And I even said that to him when Sega was here. Oh, that's the last thing. I want to I thought number 6 was the last topic. I'm going to tell people everything about the Sega trip because people made up so much bullshit about that. It made me want to puke. So yeah, finding a better job, and then number 5, putting more effort into finding a lady. Because I know for a fact having someone by my side, a best friend and a partner, would make things a hell of a lot easier. I don't remember everything that N4 said, but he wrote me one time a couple weeks ago. So N4, if I don't get it perfect, I'm sorry, but he said something to the effect of, Fears, when you find that special someone and someone like's always got your back through thick and thin, it's the most wonderful thing in the world. And he goes, I hope you find her. And I was like, yeah, me too. You know? Because even if I was in dire straits like I am now with all this bullshit, at least I could have someone to depend on. And I have no one to talk to except for you guys, my best friends, and sometimes I talk to Sean at work about this, but I try to keep all this drama separate from my job. But like whenever me and Sean are working side by side, because sometimes we work side by side, sometimes we don't. It just depends on the night. He'll be like, damn, Fierce, what the fuck's going on? And then I'll fill him in and be like, holy shit, man, that's a lot. I'm like, you think? And he's like, oh man, Fierce, nothing against you, but he goes, I'm glad I'm not in your shoes. And then he'll like give me advice and be like, well, do this and do that. And I'm like, Sean, I've tried everything, you know, and he's like, well, I hope things get better, man. So we've discussed it a little bit, but yeah. So putting more into finding a lady. Putting more effort into finding a lady. Let's see, what else? Church, family, my job, losing weight, going to the gym more, walking, my video content, finding a better job, putting more effort into finding a lady. Let's see what else. Oh, focusing on the changes that I want to make a change. I think people have been saying I need to do like a streaming schedule. I mean, I don't mind streaming every day, but sometimes it does get taxing. So maybe I need to make a schedule. Maybe like focus on content like Tuesday and Thursday and Saturday, like filming and uploading content. And then the other days, maybe just stream like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Or so number 6 is trying to change what I need to change. And improving my channel, and my life. Because in the end, what's more important is what I said in that video. I said family, friends, my video content, finding a better job, finding a lady, church, all those things are a lot more important than stupid argument bullshit and trolling and all this other crap online. I swear, if I could snap my fingers and have it all go away, all the drama, all the bullshit, I would. Because I don't like to fight with people. I like to get along with as many people as I can. Some people, I've said this 1,000 times, some people make it impossible to get along with. Quentin is an example. From day one, hi, I'm John. Hey, fuck you, Fears, you're a fucking idiot. Exactly, that's like right when I met Quentin. It was hate, 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 hate. And then Yakov, sometimes I like you. Oh, other times you're a fucking idiot, Fears, you know? And I don't like the flip-flopping. I'm like, because I've said it a million times, enough with this flip-flop bullshit. You either like me or you don't. You either like my content or you don't. And they play their little troll game. So all right, we'll be his friend for about a year, and then we'll flip-flop it. And then for the next 10 months, we'll drive him absolutely insane out of his mind. I just cannot stand that flip-flop shit. I would never do that to anyone. It's ridiculous. So, yeah. Anyway, those are the things I'm going to be working on. And number 7, I want to address all the Sega stuff. So I'm just going to I'll just label this Sega rumors. People thought we fought. I'm here to say me and Sega did not have one fight, so no fighting. And again, you can believe me. You don't have to believe me, but I'm telling the honest to God truth. So no fighting. Number 2, I paid for a lot of stuff when Sega was here. You know, sometimes Sega, they think that it's weird that I've always done this with my friends. Like, me and Eric have been friends for a long time. I'm sure other people do it different with their friends, you know? But I was like, hey, Sega, if you buy miniature golf, because I didn't want Sega to lose all of his money. I didn't want to lose all my money. I said, hey, man, I said, we're going to have to take turns, like, doing stuff. And then people thought we went out every single night, which is ridiculous. We went out a lot of nights because Sega wanted to, because he hasn't tried some stuff in America, and I wanted to show him a good time. So I just said, hey, Sega, some nights we'll pay for ourselves. Like, if we go out, I'll pay for mine. You pay for yours. Other nights, I said, hey, Sega, don't worry about it. I'll pay for your dinner because I wanted to be a good host. And that was another thing Yakov said. He's like, well, Fears really wasn't a good host. Bullshit. I was a great host. You know? I welcomed him into my home. I gave Sega my bed. I slept on the couch. I took him every single place he wanted to go. I only suggested one thing to Sega. I said, Sega, I know you like James Bond. I said, I don't know if you like movie cars, Sega, but I said, we should totally go to the James Bond Museum. And Sega was like, oh yeah, Fears, like that sounds great. Everything else, I was like, Sega, you just tell me where you want to go. I'm sorry, I suggested 2 things. I just remembered, excuse me. I didn't lie, I just forgot. I suggested, hey, Sega, you've never been to a Comic-Con before. I said, my buddy Jeff is hosting one. I said, I'm sure Jeff will want to meet you. I said, do you mind if we go to the convention? He goes, no, Fears, that sounds fun. I said, yeah, I think that would be a lot of fun. I said, Sega, you've never been to a Comic-Con. Sega loved it. He bought some anime stuff there. He got to meet Adam the Woo there when you guys will see the footage. And he goes, I never thought I'd meet Adam the Woo, Fears. I was like, oh yeah, I said, this is my 4th time meeting him. Because I catch Adam the Woo at least once or twice a year at Dave's show. I go to a lot more shows than Dave, but I go to a lot more shows than Adam, but he goes to a lot of them. But I go to a lot more than he does. So, anyway, I've always done that with my friend. I'm like, and I think that's perfectly fine. I'm like, why would I have Sega pay for everything, you know? So I'm like, hey, Sega, don't worry about this. I'll get this. And if I get dinner, then hey, you pay for the mini golf. Sega had no problem. And Sega even suggested, hey, Fears, since I don't drive, I'll hook you up with some gas money. I said, hey, Sega, you don't have to do that, but I appreciate that, man, because I drove Sega everywhere. And people thought I've heard rumors, people thought that I didn't let him pick anything. So Sega picked everything that we did except for two suggestions, the convention and the James Bond Museum. So I crushed that rumor right there. So almost everything we did was picked by Sega. Number 3, I paid for some things, Sega paid for some things. I think that's okay. Like, if I went to go visit Visions, I'd be like, hey man, just tell me what I have to pay for, and I would literally, because Visions is like gonna be the host, I would never bombard him. I would only stay at his house if he invited me. If he said, oh yeah, sure, Fears, you can come and hang out, but you may have to get a hotel. I'd be like, oh, absolutely. I never ask anything of anyone, you know? Like, Sega even asked. He said, hey, Fears, would I need to get a motel? I said, oh, Sega. I said, my house is big enough. You're more than welcome to stay with me. If Vision said the same thing, like, oh, yeah, Fears, you don't need to get a hotel. You can stay with me. You can sleep on the couch. I'd be like, oh, hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. And he said there's not a lot of air conditioning in his house, so if I ever do go, even if he did ask, hey, Fears, you can stay at my house, I wouldn't want to, because you guys know that I love my AC. You know, some people can live without it. I cannot live without the AC, you know? So I would say it very nicely. Hey, Visions, I appreciate it, but I'm going to get a hotel, you know? And I don't see the problem with, me and Eric have always done that. Ever since I met Eric. Hey, Fears, we're going bowling tonight. Sweet, man. Cool. I'll be there. And he'll be like, well, we're going to get pizza. I'm like, cool. Hey, I'll buy the pizza for us. Oh, sweet, Fears. I'll do the bowling. Awesome. Sounds good to me, buddy. It's not that big of a deal. I paid for a lot when Sega there. Sega's card one day was not working. And every time Sega tried to get money out at the, we tried 3 or 4 ATMs at Disney. And either it was Sega's card messing up, or I remember I asked a lady for help and she goes, oh, well, I don't think it's your friend's Canadian card. It may be, but she goes, last week this machine was acting up. If you think I'm lying, ask Sega. And I said, well, can you figure it out? I said, my friend's trying to take out money. We're going to go eat lunch, and then he needs to buy a ticket because we ate lunch first. And because Sega's card could not work, they said, we don't know what the problem is. They said it's either his Canadian card isn't acceptable at some ATMs on our property, or there's something wrong with our ATM. I said, okay, fine. So I said, hey, Sega. I said, you have to have a ticket. So I bought Sega's ticket, and that was expensive because one day at Disney is like, it changes each day. Sometimes it's around $100, $120. I think that day it was $140. It's always 100 something with some change. So I just went up and said, hey, there's something wrong with my friend's card. I said, here's my Disney pass. And she goes, oh yeah, you can get in for free. I said, because my friend's card isn't working, I'm going to have to pay for a ticket. She goes, yeah, that's simple. She goes, how many days does he want to go? I said, oh, just one, and I paid. And so we just switched off. I don't see the reasoning behind that. So I don't think that's a problem. Some people was like, oh yeah, Fear's a cheapskate. No, Sega paid for a lot. I paid for a lot. I paid for him to. Sega bought my lunch at the James Bond Museum. I paid for him to go in the James Bond Museum and the car museum. And again, it's like a pissing contest. I'm like, who cares who paid for what? It's none of their fucking business what I paid for. and what Sega paid for. It's ridiculous. I had this same conversation. He goes, yeah, who cares, Fears? I'm like, I don't care, Sega, but apparently they have to know every aspect of our fucking lives. It's just fucking weird. So I crushed that rumor. So Sega did not pay for everything. Because when Yakov was saying like, oh, Fears wasn't, I heard what he said on Larry's Live. You know, Fears made Sega pay for everything. Fears wasn't a good host. People tend to forget I spent hundreds of dollars whenever Sega was at the strip club. You know, I had to go to the ATM not once but twice because I wanted to show Sega a good time. Sega only bought 3 dances himself. I bought him 7, so he got a total of 10. I only bought myself maybe 5 or 6. I don't remember. It was around 5 or 6 for me. But I know for a fact Sega got 10 like big dances because I bought him 7, and I remember Sega saying, hey, I said, hey, Sega, how much money have you spent? He's like, oh, Fears, I already spent all my money. And I said, yeah. I said, how many dances did you get? Oh, I bought 3. I went, all right, Sega, don't worry about it. And he goes, and he asked, he goes, do you want to leave? I said, no, Sega. I said, I'll take care of you. Don't worry, buddy. I said, I'm going to have to make an ATM run, but I'll take care of it. I said, don't worry. You know, I bought Sega's beer that night, you know, and I didn't drink that much. I had 3. I was only going to have 2, but some guy was like, hey, man, like, oh, dude, your friend's from Canada. Let me buy you guys a beer. So Sega had about, like I said, 4 or 5 beers. And the 5th one was that guy buying him a beer. So, yeah. So the 3rd one, Sega did not pay for everything. I'd say we both paid an equal amount. So we both paid a equal amount. Plus, it's Sega's vacation. I was like, Sega, you can spend your money on whatever you want. Like, anytime I go on a vacation, like, if I went and hung out with Visions, I would just have to, like, study the room. I'd be like, all right, well, if he's going to pay for him and his girlfriend, then I'll probably just pay for myself. You know, I've never asked anyone, you got to pay. I never told Sega, hey, Sega, you got to pay tonight. Sega offered sometimes I offered, or we just jumped back and forth. You know, I was like, hey, Sega, I'm like, you know, the reason why I usually do that is I don't like, I've done it with Eric. Eric did it with me. He was like, Fears, I don't want to always spend my money. I was like, that's not a problem because I don't want to spend all my money. I said that to Sega. I said, Sega, you're on a budget. And I don't think he spent his entire budget, you know? Anytime you go on a vacation, you have to have a budget. Like, I have a budget. I'm going to use a lot of my tax money for this trip coming up. So I got about 1,000 and I think it was, what was it? I don't remember. It was around 1,200, I think I got. I put some money in the bank, and then I have some money in that trip fund over there. You guys have seen it in my kitchen, so I'm not lying about that. I think there's like 800 in there, and I put the rest of the money in my savings. And I was like, 800 spending money should be enough. But I said, if I need to pull out some money, you know, I'll use my card, you know. So I told Sega that. I was like, Sega, you absolutely don't have to spend all your money, buddy. And Sega even offered, he's like, Fears, I'll give you some gas money. And he did not give me gas money every single day. Whenever it got low, Sega was like, hey, Fears, you're getting low. Let me give you some gas money. And he only gave me gas money a couple of times. And I said, hey, man, I really appreciate that. And he said, well, it makes sense, Fears. I don't drive. You're driving me everywhere. So people tend to forget this stuff. And again, I love it that Yakov, and I'm just using him as an example because he's the one that I heard say it. He wasn't there. How do people know what the hell happened if you weren't there? It doesn't make sense. I'm like, this is what happened. You weren't there. Me and Sega were there. You know? I'm like, this is ridiculous. Sega gave me some money for gas, and We chipped in. If Sega was low money, hey, don't worry about Sega. I want to be a good host. I'll take you out to dinner. I was planning to take him out to dinner for a couple of times. Sega wanted to show his appreciation. He bought me dinner sometimes, or lunch, or whatever, you know? But I definitely, if I'm being honest, I spent more money than Sega did, for sure, you know? But again, it's not a contest, you know? But I thought it was so disrespectful of Yakov to say that I wasn't a good host. I absolutely was. I treated Sega nothing but nice. We didn't get into a fight. So yeah, so the first 3 rumors, nope, we didn't do any fighting. Everything that we did, Sega picked except for 2 things, because everyone was like, oh, Fears is taking over. Fears is demanding, we got to go here. And I'm like, that's absolutely not true. I suggested 2 things. And then I said, hey, Sega, you'll love the con and you'll love the James Bond Museum, because he loves James Bond as much as I do, if not more. And he was like, those 2 things sound great, Fears. And then he also asked, he said, hey, Fears, can we do some stuff that I want to do? I said, Sega, besides those 2 things, I said, we can do whatever you want. I said, I'm game for whatever you want to do, Sega. I said, just tell me what you want to do, and we'll go and do it. And we did about, I think, 3 or 4 miniature golf places, because he likes miniature golf. And we went to a bunch of other places. And at first we were going to do 4 days at Disney, and then Sega got tired and said, hey, Fears, I don't need to see everything. Like, can we just do 1 day at Disney? And I said, sure. So, yeah. And then the third thing is Sega didn't pay for everything. I'd say we did about an equal amount. I maybe paid a little bit more, but it evened itself out. All right, number 4. Some people think we didn't even go to the strip club, and I'm like, that's ridiculous. I heard someone say that on Larry's hate stream last night. I'm like, we absolutely went there. And I made sure, I said, Sega. I told him, I said, Sega. I don't remember exactly what I said, but I said something to the effect off camera. I said, Sega, someone's going to bitch and say that we didn't. I said, we have to show us parking, and then we have to show us leaving. I said, because they will not film. I tried. I asked. We went in. I said, hey, man. I said, I left my GoPro in the car. I said, I won't film anyone naked. I said, can I just get some footage of a girl dancing on my friend Sega? I said, he's never been there. It'll be a funny clip for the vlog. And they were like, oh, no. And I said, well, why not? They said, look around. They said, there's naked people everywhere. I said, yeah, right. I said, can't I just have some girl like with her bra and panties on? And they said, absolutely not. They said, you can take a photo. And I thought about taking a photo, but I was like, I was having so much fun with all the girls, I kind of forgot about it. And so I tried. I swear to you guys, with every inch of my life, I tried to get some footage. And I was like, no, they're going to bitch about it and be like, well, why do you need footage? Why are you posting this? So I tried. And so I said, Sega, they're not going to let us film. I said, the fans are just going to have to deal with us filming inside the parking lot and us arriving and us leaving. So I swear on my life, we filmed this. We filmed us going in. I filmed the name of the place, and I'm not going to tell you guys where we went. You guys will see it when I put it in the vlog. We parked, and then we went in for at least a couple hours. I think we were in there for like 3 or 4 hours. So I'm going to put a little thing that says a few hours later. Then it's going to have us coming out. And me and Sega are standing right by my rental car, because that's when my car, crapped out, and I had to put it into the dealership. We talked about which girls we liked in the parking lot, and then, oh, I'll definitely come back. Hey, Sega, if you come back, we'll definitely go again, and blah, blah. And I was like, and then off camera, I was like, Sega, that's going to have to be good enough for the fans. But we did go to the strip club. I swear on my life we did. So, yeah. So, we did go to the strip club. Another thing that Yakov said is, oh, Fears made Sega wait for half a fucking day to get his car fixed. That is 100% not true. It wasn't a day and a half. I'll tell you exactly what happened. And Sega can ask Sega. It was maybe a little part of the morning. We woke up. I turned it. We could feel hot air. I went, oh, fuck. I'm like, here we go. I said, hey, Sega. I said, do you mind? I said, this was my mistake. I should have took it right to the dealership. But my friend suggested, hey, Fears, if you take it to this auto body shop, you can maybe have them fix it within an hour or two, depending on what parts. And so I called my friend, and my friend works at this garage. I said, yeah, I'll take a chance, man. He goes, if we can't figure it out, then take it to your dealership. So we got there at maybe 9:30, and by the time they hunted down the problem and said, oh, yeah, we don't have the parts, it was about 11 to 11:30. So I'd say 2.5 hours. But he said that I made Sega wait hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I was like, a whole day, 2.5 hours. So again, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, Yakov. And I even apologized to Sega. I said, Sega, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for 2 hours. I said, I should have just went with my gut. I said, we should have just went right away to my dealership. I should have just dropped it off and said, you guys let me know when it's fixed and get me a rental car right away. So we only lost maybe 3 hours. Because by the time they said, hey, Fears, we don't have the parts, but this is what's wrong with your air conditioning. It's crapping out. And I was like, okay, thanks. I apologize. I said, Sega, I said, we should have just went right to my dealership. So I called my dealership and said, hey, do you guys have any loaner cars available? And they said, no, Fears, all the loaner cars are used. I said, okay. I said, well, I'm going to have a rental car. I said, can you have a rental car waiting for me there? I said, can somebody drive me over to the rental place? And they said, yeah, why? What's going on? I said, my AC crapped out. It needs to be fixed. And I said, I don't want to waste any more of my friend's time. They said, yeah. They said, sure. They said, when do you want to come up? I said, right now. I said, I'm going to come up right now. I said, it's 11:30. I said, it'll take me a couple minutes to get over there. So we were on our way to do fun stuff probably by 12:45. 12:30, 12:45, because I said, all right, Sega, I'm sorry that I made you wait, 2.5 hours. I said, I promise it won't take all day, Sega. I said, I'm going to drive us to my dealership. I said, I took a chance and tried to get it fixed real quick. It didn't pan out. So I said, we'll drop my car off. They'll get me a rental car super quick. And I said, Sega, I promise you by like 12:45, 1 o'clock, we'll be on the road to go do something fun. And he said, okay. Sega was not mad. He understood. But I'm not going to let someone say, oh, yeah, Fears made Sega wait all damn day. Because it wasn't all damn day. It was probably, by the time I got the rental car, it was probably 3 hours, tops. But it wasn't like all day. I loved it when he said that. I was like, that is a lie, It was ridiculous. So, that rumor I crushed. And you could ask Sega. It was 3 hours tops, so I didn't make Sega wait all damn day to fix my car. The sixth rumor I want to debunk is we had a great week. I think it was planned. Me and Sega have talked about this. I said, Sega, why do you think they waited until the very last 2 days to start some shit? I said, they had something planned. Now, I'm assuming shit, but it's too much of a coincidence. I said, Sega, look at it from all angles. They know you're coming. They know I don't like trolls. They want to start some shit. So I said, they'll let us have a great week, and then towards the end, they'll start their bullshit. So, again, people thought, like, the whole trip was ruined. No. And Sega, and then I love it. They were like, oh, you dramatized Sega's life, and you treated him so bad. No. I was mad for maybe a couple hours, and that was about it. And I even apologized. I said, Sega, now you know what I go through. But I wasn't, they said I was screaming at Sega, shouting, yelling, throwing stuff around my apartment. I was like, Lie, 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 lie. I was angry. I was upset, but I wasn't like screaming, to the fucking heavens. And I just sat back and I was just laughing. I'm like, that's a lie. That's a lie. I said, yes, I did get angry. Yes, me and Sega had a conversation, but I was angry at the trolls. I was never angry at Sega, and Sega knew that. I said it about 5 times to Sega. I said, Sega, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at them trying to start shit on your vacation. I'm sure it was awkward for Sega, but it wasn't like super awkward. It wasn't like I was screaming and yelling and throwing things around the house. When they said that, I was like, you are fucking lying. I was only mad for a couple of hours. I don't know how many hours, because I'm being honest, because I was very upset. And I was like, I know what they're doing. They're trying to start some shit to ruin your vacation, Sega. I said, they would jump at the chance. I said, they know you're coming. They know I don't like trolls. They're going to start something. That is 100% the truth. They were like, oh, how could we miss this opportunity to start some shit? Fears is trying to be a gracious host. We'll start some shit, and then he'll get angry. We'll laugh our ass off. They think I'm stupid. It was 100% planned. I don't know. I don't know if that's for sure, but I'm almost positive. I'm almost positive they had that plan from the get-go. But I wasn't mad for 2 days straight. Absolutely not. That is an absolute lie. So I was mad, but probably only for a couple hours. Because even while that stuff was going on off camera, I said, hey, Sega, I said, let's just, go on with the day. I said, let's not let those idiots, ruin our day. And he was like, I agree, Fears. And so, yeah. And we went on with our day, So, wasn't mad for 2 days straight. That's absolute bullshit. And again, you can believe me, you cannot believe me, but I know the truth. Why? Because I was there. Sega was there. Guess what? The trolls, they weren't in my house. They have no idea what happened. They assume a lot of shit. They assume a lot of the... And again, I hate when people assume shit. I hate when I do it, because if you don't know solid facts, then you don't know what the fuck happened. So keep your assumptions to yourself. It's ridiculous. So, wasn't mad for 2 days straight. And then the last one, I don't understand why people thought this. Me and Sega did like 2 streams about it. At the end of his trip, I let Sega talk and talk about his experience, and he said for the most part he loved it, and and I understand why. The reason why he said for the most part is he didn't like it, me getting upset, but he said I think I let him talk and tell about the whole thing, but again, nothing I do or say is ever good enough. So I said, hey, Sega. And I said this a few weeks ago on my show. I said, hey, Sega, apparently some people don't think that I gave you enough time to talk. So when I do come back to my podcast in like 3 or 4 weeks, I haven't decided how long I'm going to not do my podcast, but it'll be a couple of weeks. I said, Sega, I will absolutely have you come on my show. I'll shut up. I'll ask a couple of questions, Sega. I said, you can talk about the entire trip, because some people think I did not give them the opportunity, when clearly I did. We did 2 streams on it. I mean, like, what else do you want? But I even told Sega the same thing. I'm like, nothing I do or say is ever good enough, it seems. So hopefully us doing a 3rd stream, Sega can get everything out. I feel like he already said everything he wanted to say about the trip, But some people don't. So I'm like, all right, well, to crush that, Sega, come on. The floor is yours. You can say whatever you want, about the trip. So despite what people think, I was a very good host. I would do what I did to anyone that came to my house. When me and Larry got along, I was very gracious. I let him in my house. We watched a bunch of movies. We went out to dinner. I treat my friends with dignity and respect. I treated Sega right. We had a blast. I haven't had that much fun in quite a long time. And I'm sure you guys can see it. When you guys have been watching the parts of the vlog, me and Sega are having an absolute blast in those vlogs. Nothing was prearranged. I never told Sega, hey, act like you're having a good time, Sega. We didn't need to do any of that. Because one, I know you guys don't like it when I fake something. With me, what you see is what you get. With Sega, what you see is what you get. I said, Sega, the only thing I said to him is, I said, Sega, when we vlog, just be yourself. I said, my fans want to see me as myself. They want to see you as yourself. So I said, and you could tell, like, Sega was a little moody, like when I beat him at miniature golf, but we didn't get mad about it. He was just, we made it into a big joke. Like, the whole time when Sega was changing my scores in the vlog, I thought it was fucking hilarious because I would just grab the phone and be like, Sega, you know for a fact I did not get a 5. And he was like, yeah, I know, Fears. I'm just, like, busting your chops. I'm like, I know, buddy. It's fucking hilarious. And so I changed it back to the actual score. Then when I got a hole in one, he's like, you cheeky bastard. I was like, hell yeah, Sega. I'm like, hole in one. Yeah, rad. But Sega got a hole in one. Every time he got a hole in one, I cheered him on. So I think people make up all these rumors just to start drama bullshit. And me and Sega was like, hey, Sega, they're making this up. They're making that up. We had this whole discussion that I'm having with you guys. I had with Sega when it was all going on. I said, Sega, the only reason why they're doing this is they know you're here. They know I don't like trolling. They know I don't like bullies. I said, this is a perfect opportunity, yo. I said, they're going to start some shit. I said, they're going to make up a whole bunch of rumors that I'm a horrible person and that I traumatized you and I did this and I did that, when none of that is true. And it's bullshit. And Sega seemed to understand. He goes, yeah, I know, Fears. I said, Sega, they've been doing it for years. I said, you know, they're going to think what they're going to think. They're going to say what they're going to say. And it is what it is. So, okay. Did I cover everything? Damn, that took me 2 hours. I was trying to keep it short and sweet, but I'm sorry that it went on a little long. But I had these 4 topics planned. And as I was telling everybody, I only had 3 extra topics, so 5, 6, and 7. So the first one was the video I posted for everyone, why I posted that. The second topic was why do I lie sometimes? That was planned. The first one about the video was planned. The third one was why is Fear so angry? That was planned. And then the fourth one was how did this all start? Those 4 were planned. 5, 6, and 7 were not planned, but I'm glad I talked about them. So hopefully everyone understands everything now. And I tried to be as nice as possible. And I think I did a pretty good job at being nice. I don't think I stepped on anyone's toes. I don't think I went over the line, you know. So the 5th one was, why am I taking a break from my podcast? And I told you guys. The 6th one was, what am I going to focus on? And because I heard all those rumors, I wanted to crush all those rumors, and it just made me think of all the Sega rumors, so I said, I'll just debunk them right now, you know? The most craziest one, though, was the recent one. How can you fake alive? When Larry said that, I was like, this is ridiculous. I said, now granted, I understand how it looks. I just have the worst luck. I can't predict the weather. When we got back from Friar Tuck's, I got home first. Dave, he always has to pack up his schooner. So he said, well, it's going to take me a minute, Fears. I'll be over at your house in a couple minutes. While I was waiting, I could hear thunder. I could hear it starting to sprinkle. I went, oh, God. I'm like, if we don't do it now, when's the next time me and Dave are going to hang out? Because Dave's got his own life. He's helping James with school and stuff. I said, I've kept the fans waiting. We were supposed to go Saturday. We went Sunday only because Dave got some some cheaper tickets. And I said, I'm not going to pay online, Dave. I said, I'll just pay when we get to the zoo. And he's like, yeah, do whatever you need to do, Fears. So while I was waiting, I raced in. I kept my Star Wars shirt on. I put on my swimming trunks. I took off my shoes. I said, hey, Dave. I said, it looks like it's going to pour out there. I said, it's now or never. And I said, let's go film it real quick. And he's like, well, how do you want to film? I said, I'm for sure going to cover my ass. And I said, I'll stream it on my phone. I'll vlog it on my GoPro. I said, because you never know what's going to happen. And I told Dave, I said, the internet is crap around here, Dave. I said, especially around a storm. And Dave's like, all right, well, I'll film it on my GoPro. Because Dave was filming on his GoPro when we were at the zoo. So Dave's going to have his own zoo vlog, and I'm going to have my own zoo vlog. And so I said, okay. I said, I'll tell you what. I said, and I said this off camera. I said, I'll give you my phone. And he goes, well, I said, who? And then he said, who's going to film on your GoPro? I said, I'll turn it on. I said, I'll teach James how to do it. So James was filming on my GoPro, and then Dave had his GoPro in one hand, and then he had my phone doing the live in the other. And it was just the worst timing, because I guess it's just, I've noticed about my life, I have the worst luck in the world. I said, all right, guys, I said, I'm going to go up here. I'm going to give you a 3, 2, 1. Dave did a funny joke, where he told James, like, Fears, you jump in that lake. And I gave him a thumbs up. And I said, 3, 2, 1. I took off running. And it was just the worst luck in the world. The internet cut out right as I jump in. And then it jump cuts to me checking for leeches. And I didn't know that. I found that out after I got dried and took a shower, and I watched it back. I went, oh, fuck. I'm like, this is bullshit. I'm like, the main jump is not in the fucking live. And I said, everyone's going to think that I faked them out. Everyone's going to think that's why I covered my ass and filmed it. So I checked for leeches, and James was like, all right, well, I'm going to turn it off. And then you guys saw. I said, no. I said, don't turn it off, buddy. And I just thought, well, that's a short live. I said, I'll jump again. Because 1, you guys didn't expect me to do 2 jumps. 2, I thought, well, I want to keep the live going for a little longer. So I jumped in to make sure that no one would say anything, even though they did. Again, you can never win with these people. And then later on, when me and Dave watched the live back, I was like, oh, son of a bitch. And I said, well, Dave, I'm glad that I covered my ass. And he goes, well, yeah. He goes, John, he goes, they're not going to say anything. He goes, I have the first and second jump on my GoPro. He goes, watch it back. I watched it back on my GoPro. I promise you. Here, I'll show you the footage right now. I'll show you both jumps. So because this has a window, I'll just go like that and I can show it to you. And you'll see it when I put it in the vlog. I promise you guys, I did not fake you out. Someone paid $20. It was my idea to do the lake jump. Why would I fake you guys out? It's just ignorant people making another rumor up about me. I'll show it to you guys right now. And then I'm done with this serious talk. So let me just jump to it. Hang on. I should have did this in StreamYards because I could have took the video off of this and just played it, like when you can upload a video in StreamYards, but this will work the same way. So, but I'm going to show it to you anyway now, and then you guys will see it in the vlog. So let me just skip. So here's us at dinner. And then let me go to the lake jump. Oh, here we go. I can just push this. All right. And then I'm going to start going live. So there's me getting the live. Doing double duty. Yep. Okay. All right. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Guys, at long last. This is my destiny. All right. We got to do this quick because it's starting to rain. And I'm telling everyone it's starting to rain. We got to do it quickly. Waterproof, but his camera's not. Oh, well, yeah, it is with that. But my phone is not. So, James, are you ready? Yes, sir. So just hold this. So at first I was going to give it to James, but he had too much in his hands, so I gave it to Dave. All right, so I'm going to start up here and then just run, and then James is on towel duty. Yep. Is it going? Yeah, I just flipped it. Let me see it. Just make sure it's going. Okay. I just flipped the camera over. Yeah. Just point it here. Yeah, it was. So we got 3 cameras. We got this one, we got Dave's, and we got going live. All right, here we go. So that was the 3 cameras. I'm gonna go for it. It's kind of when you run, I'm gonna have to jump down jump down and then jump in. Because I forgot that there's a big hump there. So,
all right, James, say the line.
Yeah.
John, go jump in a lake.
John, go jump in a lake.
Here we go.
So there's him saying, John, go jump in a lake.
You didn't see any crocs around or any alligators?
No.
And I asked Dave, I said, hey, do you see any alligators? And he gave me the thumbs up, and I said, okay. I said, here we go. I'm going to go for it.
3, 2, 1. Here we go.
So this is the first jump. Here's the first jump. There you go. See, I jumped in the lake.
John, you're all wet.
I am. I'm all wet.
You just did a burn.
Now watch, I'm going to look for leeches, and then I say, hang on, I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, but now you're chilling.
Yeah.
How do I end?
No, don't end. Not yet.
Don't end.
Okay.
I just said, hey, don't end.
Leeches?
Nope.
There's me looking for leeches.
That wasn't good enough. I'm doing it again.
I said, that wasn't good enough. I'm going to do it again.
Lake jump, take 2.
Take 2.
Because I wanted to make sure that I did it, awesome for you guys. There's the second jump.
Just in case you didn't do it right the first time.
Well, I just wanted to give the fans what they wanted.
And I just said, I just wanted to give the fans what they wanted.
All right. All right.
And that'll be in my
Let's get into
vlog.
apartment. Get the hell out of here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take your socks off before you go in.
Oh, I will.
So this whole time I thought the live had done it.
Oh, man.
James.
I'll be honest. It was a little murky, but not as murky as I thought.
Oh, yeah.
And I still have all my body parts, and I didn't lose an arm or a finger or anything.
Right.
Yeah, and you do know what alligators like for a snack.
That's right.
Finger sandwiches and Fritos.
That's right. Wait a minute. We got to go inside because it's starting to rain, guys.
Yep.
It's starting to rain, so I had to quickly do this.
All right, James.
All right. So this is Spears. This is James. This is Dave, and this is James. This is Spears, and we're out of here. Peace.
So there's me ending the live. So if anybody thinks that I faked it, I did not fake it. It's just, it was the worst. And there's me grabbing my camera at the very end. So, and then after this, hang on, I'm sorry. After this, then the next, so that's the first clip. And then after this, there's us going to Friar Tuck's. So now you guys know that I didn't fake the live. I didn't fake the live like Larry and a bunch of other people said. When I say I'm going to do something, I do it. And I hate that I had to show you guys like this, but I was just sick and tired of people saying, oh no, he faked us out. Like, we need to reimburse those $20. I'm like, I can't help if the internet cut out because of the weather. And when you guys watch the vlog, I don't know if you can see it in the live. It was starting to sprinkle. Dave said on his GoPro he caught some lightning in the background. I didn't see any lightning on mine, but I believe Dave. And I said, Dave, we got to quickly do this. And I said that off camera. I said, because Dave, when's the next time we're going to hang out? I said, I'm busy with work, trying to catch up with my videos, blah, blah, blah. I said, you're busy with, Tina, and you're helping James with school. And I know Dave's retired, but Dave says every once in a while he does odd jobs for his family and his friends. And he said he helped somebody put in a patio or something a couple weeks ago. I don't remember. So I was like, I get it. You're busy, James. So I said, it's either now. You're busy, Dave. So I said, it's either now or never. I said, let's just do it real quick. And he said, all right, well, and then I said, I'm going to get home before you. I said, I'll be in my swimming trunks. I'll grab a towel. And because I knew I would get home first from the zoo first, because I didn't have to put away, he's like, well, he goes, we're going to be in the parking lot for like 5 or 10 minutes. And he told me that when we were leaving the zoo. I said, oh, I know, Dave, because you got to put away your scooter and all that. And it goes in the back and it's on that little thing. He goes, oh yeah, that usually takes me 5 or 10 minutes. I said, I'm going to take off. I said, if I get home first, I'll wait for you guys. But I said, I'll be ready to go. And then when I got home, I said, hey, Dave, I said, how far away? Oh, we're about 10, 11 minutes, Fears. I said, okay, great. I said, I'm ready to go. I said, I'm in my swimming trunks. I got my shoes off. I got a towel ready. I said, I'm sure you've seen it, Dave. I said, you're about 10 minutes away. I said, it's thundering. I said, it's lightning over here. I said, it's starting to sprinkle. I said, before it downpours, I said, we should just do it real quick. I said, because I don't want to jump when it's pouring down. I said, that would diffuse the purpose. I said, the fans want to see me bone dry and me jump into the lake. That's why I'm jumping in. Because it wouldn't make sense. Hey, it's pouring down, guys. I'm going to jump in a lake. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I don't care if it's sprinkling, because you can't, because, you know, sprinkling, I won't get soaking wet. But I said, Dave, if it's already pouring down, then I said we should do the lake jump another day. But I said, let's try. I said, get here as quickly as possible. Thank God Dave got there as quickly as possible. As soon as he did, I had them come in. Dave put his laptop down. James put his little fanny pack thing down that he always has. And I said, let's go do it. And Dave was like, you ready? I'm like, I'm ready. I said, James, you're on towel duty. And I said, can you film? And I taught him how to work my GoPro, and then we did it. It just sucks that the internet cut out on the live. So I can understand people thinking like, oh yeah, Fierce faked this out. But I was like, how can you fake a live? I was like, that is so stupid. So now you guys know everything. And I'm glad that I talked about everything. It's like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders for the last 2 hours. And I heard a bunch of people, oh, the next few lives he's going to like bitch and moan. No. I waited to collect my thoughts. And I said, when I do this, just stay very calm, you know, which I feel like I stayed pretty calm throughout this whole thing. But I wanted to make sure I talked about everything that's been frustrating the hell out of me. So, again, you can either believe me or not, but I swear on my life, everything that I discussed on this side and this cut is 100% the truth. And if you don't believe me, then I don't really care, because I know it's the truth. And I appreciate everyone that does believe me, you know. But anyway, that's it. Anyway, before I open up the chat, I need to use the restroom because I've been sitting here for a while. And what are the other topics? I want to talk about how trolling affects me. Well, I technically already did that. So the last two topics is I want to... I think Sean gave me this idea. He goes, hey, Fierce, why don't you talk about like the best birthdays you've ever had? I said, I could do that. And then I didn't have another topic, so I just thought, oh, I'll do a random quiz, and then that'll be it. So, yeah. So, I'm sorry that that conversation took up most of the live, but maybe I'll do one more nice live tomorrow with actual topics, you know, and then I'll take a break. So tomorrow, I'll watch some movies tonight, and I'll do a whole review, and I'll do a normal live tomorrow. And then after that, I'm going to take a break, because I feel like I owe you guys that, because most of this live was me having a serious conversation with you guys. All right, but I'll be back. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'll open up the chat, and I'll hang out with you guys, because it's already 10 o'clock, and I have to be at work tonight at 4:30. And I want to get some more editing done, because I'm so close for the next part of the Sega vlog to be done. So hopefully I can upload that late tonight or whenever I get off of work tomorrow. So anyway, yeah, and I'm sorry that this broke. It sucks because I spent this money at the con to buy this, and I went to go grab it. I'm making my coffee, and I guess like let's say this is my my coffee station, right? I put it like this. I wish I would have put the mug, you know, closer. And I guess when I went to go grab the cup bounced off the thing, and it landed like this, and it broke off the fucking handle. And I was like, oh, great. And I was like, and it pissed me off, because I'm like, well, one, I love Back to the Future, and it's an old one. Like the guy said, it was like they made this mug like in the 80s. And I'm like, fuck. And then two, I was like, I just bought this. I bought this when Sega was here about a month and a half ago, and I haven't even used it yet. Like, I washed it a bunch of times, you know, in the dishwasher, and then I put it in the cupboard, and I went, all right, well, tonight I'll use it. I haven't used it. And the day I want to use it, the fucking thing breaks off, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
So I'm still I threw the handle away, but I was like, well, thank God the mug, and I was like, well, thank God the mug didn't crack. So it's fine. I'm going to drink it like this. It just sucks that this broke off. And it happened moments before I started this live. And I was like, son of a bitch. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm going to go. Actually, I'm going to take this with me because I'm going to fill my coffee up because it's getting down to the wire. But I shall be back. I'm going to fill up my coffee, use the restroom. And I appreciate everybody letting me get all that off my chest. But it had to be said. Something has to change, like they have to change, I have to change, because I can't live like this anymore, and I don't want to live like this anymore. I want all my streams to be positive. I want all my videos to be positive. I don't want to be yelling anymore. I don't want to be shouting at people. I'll only block people if I absolutely have to, because no one is going to put me through hell anymore. Like, either you follow the rules or you don't. And I'm too nice sometimes. I gave Larry like 4 or 5 chances. He kept flip-flopping back and forth. I'm like, I'm done. I'm not going to do the same thing with Larry that I did with... I gave Yakov like 25 to 30, probably more chances to that, than that, because I really wanted to work out. And he just kept flip-flopping. I was like, I'm fucking done. I'm done. I'm like, I can't take it anymore. So I think I covered all the bullshit rumors and all the lies and all that crap. And whatever I didn't get to, then the hell with it, They were also making fun of me about, Fears didn't go to England, 20 to 25 times. I can't remember how many times I went. We went a lot. It was somewhere between 20 and 25 times. We went sometimes twice in 1 year. Because whenever we weren't in England visiting my family, we were in Florida, or one time we took a trip to California. So we didn't go every single time, but we went a lot. I've been going to England. My very first trip to England was before my brother was even born. I was 4 or 5 the first time I went. So I've been to England. I think they were guessing. They're like, oh, he's only been to England like 5 times. You're so full of shit. It's beyond belief. I'm like, nope. Like, someone guessed 4. I think Larry guessed maybe 5 or 6 times. Sorry, you're dead wrong, and I don't care what the hell you say. I know about how many times we went. Why? You weren't there. I was there. I was with my family. I know what the hell we did. It's ridiculous. I know when we went to California. I know when we went to Florida. Another reason why I live in Florida is because we had so many good memories on those Florida trips. I was like, that'd be a great place to live someday. It's not rocket science. My mom's from England. She lives in America now. I have family in England. Why did I go visit England? Because a lot of my family lives there. It's none of your business how many times I went. I know how many times I went. So quit your bitching. Quit your fucking moaning. It's ridiculous. They just love to pick apart my life. It's ridiculous. I'm just like, who cares how many times I went? I know about how many times, I can't remember everything, because I'm not lying about it. Sometimes I have a good memory. Sometimes I have a bad memory. I know for a damn well fact we went more than 7 times. I've been going there since I was 4. And we went almost every year. Almost. Not every year, but almost every year. But we went around 20 to 25 times. Somewhere in between there. It was either 20, 21, I don't know how many, but it was well over 10. And I'll ask my mom, because she'll know how many times, And if I have to ask her on camera to debate this long thing, I will. But I know what she'll say. She'll be like, oh, it's around 20, 21 times. It was somewhere in there. I know for a fact it was more than 10. Because you weren't there. I was there. My family was there. Ring any bells? Yeah. Now, I don't mean to be dramatic about it, but when they said that, I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. Anyway. So,
And I just thought of that rumor because I remembered them saying it. So that's my final word on everything. It felt great to get all that out. I hope it helps. It probably won't because, like I said, no matter what I do, no matter what I say, it's never good enough for some people. Some people it is, you know, but the whole point of this conversation, which I think it was a good conversation, was they need to change. The community needs to change. People need to be more respectful. People need to be more mature, me included. I got to make some changes. And I think if everybody does that, I think there'll be less arguments and less fights because I've been tired and depressed about this for years. I am so damn tired of all this bullshit. But it felt great to get it all out. A weight has been lifted off my shoulder. And I hope, like I said at the beginning of this stream, I hope everybody has an open mind and they're like, I wonder how it feels like to be in Fears' shoes. I hope they do now. And I hope things will change. I'm praying that things will change. I don't want any more drama. I want good things. I want good content. I want good streams. Whenever I have a panel, I want it to be a lot of laughs and jokes, good times. That's why I invented my channel way a long time ago. That's why I invented both my channels, was to have a good time and to have fun on YouTube and document my life and having a fun experience. And it hasn't been fun for quite a while. Aspects of it, certain times have been fun, but I want to make my channels fun again because I don't want to have long, in-depth conversations like this ever again. Hopefully this is the last one. Oh, crazy. But I hope it did some good. I really hope this conversation didn't make things worse. I really hope not. So, and I hope when I turn on my phone after this live, I hope there's not like 20,000 messages. Anyway, but I was open. I was honest. I was nice, you know. Or I was as nice as I possibly could be. But I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to fill up my coffee and then we'll get to some topics. So give me 2 minutes. Let's see here. Is that going to stay? There we go. All right, I'll be right back. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna fill up my coffee and then we'll get on with the rest of the live. So give me 1 second. I need to reheat my coffee, so just give me 1 second.
All right, sorry about that. I didn't mean to keep you guys waiting. I had to use the restroom, and I refilled my my coffee mug up. All right, well now I'm gonna open up the comments, but like I said, I appreciate you. I knew if I had the comments open, I'd be focused more on the comments, and I'm like, I need to get out what I want to say without any interruptions, you know. So that's why I turned off my phone. That's why by the way, I need to watch that here soon. I started Big Trouble in Little China, and I never got back to it. So I knew if I would have had the chat open while I was doing that, I know I would have got sidetracked. So I tried to stay on point. So, and I feel bad for Walter now because I'm gonna mail this book, and most of this book is positive, and then when he gets to this section, this is all the notes and all the stuff I talked about tonight. And he's going to be like, oh, damn, just my luck. Whenever Fierce was going through all that emotional bullshit, he wrote down all of his notes because I know I don't have a good memory sometimes. That's why I started the podcast books, because people were making fun of me. Like, oh, Fierce says one thing about a movie and then he changed his mind. I'm like, I need to stop doing that. I'm like, I need to refer to my notes to make sure the show goes very well, because it sucks having a bad memory. That's why some people think I lie sometimes, and I'm like, I don't. I'm like, and I've said this many times, I'll remember a story, right? There's a difference between lying. There has been times where I've straight up lied. There's other times where I'm like, okay, I remember how the story started with me and Trent and how it ended, but I don't remember the middle parts. And I've straight up told people, I'm going to tell you guys the bits that I remember. So that's why sometimes people think, that story doesn't make any sense. I'm like, well, of course it doesn't make any sense. I only said the beginning of the story and the end because I don't remember the fucking middle. Or it's the reverse. I'll be like, I know how it ended, but I don't remember the middle and the beginning part. And that's just how I am. I just sometimes, like, I wish I had a photographic memory. Like, I'll give Larry one thing. He has a photographic, a photographic memory of everything. I wish I had a photographic memory. So whenever people think I'm lying, I'm like, sometimes I swear on my life, I'm like, I'm not fucking lying. I don't remember certain parts of a story. And I'm like, well, instead of lying, I'll just tell them the bits that I do remember. And it gets very frustrating and very confusing at times, you know? Like N4 said, Fears, it must be a mindfuck to remember all these lies. And I'm like, sometimes I'm not fucking lying. I'm like, sometimes I am, but sometimes I'm not. Like tonight, I've been open and honest with everything, you know? That's another thing I forgot to mention, but thank God I remembered it, you know? But I will say, there's some times where I absolutely 100% have lied to you guys because of those reasons why I mentioned why I lie. And other times I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't remember all that story. And I'm like, they're just going to have to deal with it. I'll tell them the story, the bits of the story that I remember. So I guess from now on, whenever I tell a story, if I know the whole story, I'll be like, hey guys, I'm going to tell you a story. I know everything. If I don't remember the whole story, I'll be like, I'll tell you as much as I can remember from this story, you know? Because I don't embellish. Well, I have a little bit, but whenever I tell a story, I'm like, this is how much I remember if I don't know the whole story. So I think you get what I'm saying. Excuse me for a second. God, I wish this damn cold would go away. Ugh. All right. Well, enough about that. So, again, I appreciate everybody. I don't know how many people's watching, because when I started the live, it said 3 watching. I guarantee you more people are watching now, because I haven't opened up the chat, but now I'm going to. I appreciate everybody letting me have this long talk. But it's time to say hello to everybody, and I'll be honest, I'm a little afraid to see the comments, but I hope everybody understands now where I'm coming from. Between this live and the video that I made, I really hope people understand where I'm coming from, because it does get frustrating. And it's half and half. It's fun being a YouTuber, and then other times it's absolutely dreadful sometimes. So, and I want to make, that's another change I want to make. I want to make most of my time on YouTube good, because I love to make the content for you guys. I love it when people are like, oh man, Fears, that fucking live was epic.
And I'm like, great, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And then I love to see the comments. Oh man, Fears, that vlog looked so much fun. Oh man, I wish I could have been there. I'm like, hey man, I'm like, come and visit me. Then you can be in a vlog. I love when I get awesome comments from the fans, and I love my fans, and I appreciate it. And anything that a fan has ever gotten for me, I absolutely appreciate from the bottom of my heart. It just sucks whenever I'm going through these hard times. And I wish I would have listened to Visions and the Dude and Randall and everybody a long time ago. They're like, Fears, just ignore it. The more you give them, the more, I guess, power or whatever you want to call it, they get. But sometimes you have to block people. Trolls don't like it when you block them because they're like, oh, he's taking my power away. If I don't like someone, I'm gonna block someone. You know, if they're causing chaos on my channel and causing chaos in my life, you're damn right I'm gonna block them. You know. All right. So let's see. What's the first topic, and then I'll say hello to everybody. All right. So Sean, I this is for Sean. Sean came up. This wasn't my idea. The other night when we were working, Sean said, "Hey, Fears, like you must have had some excellent birthdays around, because my birthday's the 28th." I said, "Yeah." I said, "I had a lot of cool birthdays." He's like, "Oh man, that must have been so cool to like have your birthday, and then a couple days later, you and your friends go like celebrate Halloween and trick or treating." And I said, "Yeah." I said, as cool as it would have been to have my birthday on Halloween, because I fucking love Halloween so much. It's my favorite holiday. I even love Halloween more than my birthday, and I'd say Christmas is my second favorite holiday because, I love Jesus and I love the Lord, but I also love the family time, and it's better to give than receive. I love buying Christmas presents for my mom and my brother, and now I get to buy, this will be Shelton's first Christmas, and I already asked my brother, like, what does he need? And he goes, oh, he needs some new clothes. I'm like, great. I'm like, I'll buy him some new toys, and I'll buy him some new clothes. So this will be Shelton's first Christmas, and it's my first year at being an uncle. And I already told you guys, I take my uncle responsibilities very seriously because I want to be the coolest fucking uncle. Because me growing up, all my mom's brothers were great father figures. My dad obviously was a great father. My grandpa Fears was a great father figure. So I grew up with a lot of awesome male role models. And I want to be a male role model for Shelton. His dad, obviously my brother, his dad is going to be his father. But I get to be a great uncle and a great role model. And I want to be, until I have children of my own, Shelton is the closest thing to having a kid, So I want to be a good uncle. From the get-go. I want to create awesome memories, like all the memories I had with all my American uncles and all my British uncles and my grandpa, and great moments with my dad. And I never got to meet my British grandfather, unfortunately, because he had a stroke because he was an alcoholic, and because of his obsessive drinking, he died of a stroke. That was my mom's dad. That's how the story goes. That's the story she told me. So I've heard lots of good memories of my British grandpa. I wish I could have met him because my mom said when he wasn't drinking, he was like the coolest guy ever. And I was like, oh, that's cool. But I have so many great memories of all my American uncles and all my British uncles and my grandpa Fears. Me and him used to go fishing all the time. And his favorite ice cream was mint green chocolate chip ice cream. Which, it's not my favorite, but it's one of my favorites because my grandpa introduced me to that when I could eat ice cream. All right. So, best birthday. So, Sean, this is for you. My friend Sean at work came up with this. And I did agree. I said, yeah, Sean. I said, I had a lot of good birthdays. I said, it would be cool. I said, it would be like a pre-Halloween celebration. I said, me and my friends and my mom and dad would throw me a birthday party. And then like a few days later, there'd be a Halloween party at school. Cause I don't think they do that anymore in grade school and middle school. That's when I grew up. They would always have like a Christmas party, and then they'd have a Halloween party or a Valentine's Day party. And then if school landed on a Halloween, we'd have the Halloween party at school. And then I would come home and I'd get in my costume. And then as soon as my mom and dad gave me the A-OK to go trick-or-treating, I'd be like, sweet, deuce, see you later. I'll be back in 2 or 3 hours with a bucket load of candy. And I would sometimes make my own costume, or sometimes I would save up my allowance money and buy my own costume. So yeah. So best birthdays. All right, but before I do that, I'm gonna open up the chat now and say hello to everybody. Even though I've been going, what is it, 2.5? What is it? Oh, well, 3 hours now. Plus, I decided to do a long live. I haven't done a long live in quite a while, so I'll try to catch up on the chat and say hello to everybody. So I'll probably just close the book for a little while because I'm gonna catch up on everybody's stuff, and then we'll get back to it. So yeah. All right. There we are. Do a long live. I haven't done a long live in quite a while. There we go. All right. So yeah. All right. So let me catch up on everything. Good to see everybody in the chat. All right. Well, you know what? I appreciate the 20 people watching, and thank you for the 4 likes. I thought there'd be more comments than this, but I guess everybody was listening. So, Lantern says, LOL. Lantern says, not hacking visions. Hey, what's up, Bukaki? He says, Chadwick has hacked into the Matrix. Oh, shit. Damn. Pew! That's not good, Lantern. That's not good at all. Chad would never wear a black latex suit if I sent you one. I don't know, Visions. What's up, Visions? Good to see you. I don't know. Chad, would you? Would you in fact wear a latex suit? Or maybe not a latex suit, but Lantern, would you wear, the black Morpheus coat with Morpheus's black glasses? I could see him doing that, Visions. I could see him wearing those. But yeah. I don't know about a latex suit, like the one, what's her name? What's the hot chick that Neo marries or has sex with? Don't tell me. She's got her hair slicked back and she wears the black latex suit and she's got the black glass. She's in all 3 of them. She's like, hello, Neo. And then he's like, oh, I thought you were a guy. And then she's like, oh, most guys do. She says that in the first one. She's the one that like was typing on the computer and it's like follow the white rabbit and all that. And then that guy and the girl with the bunny tattoo was like, oh, yeah, you should come out. And he's like, seems like you need to unplug, man. Like, get some R&R. And he's like, hey, what do you think, DeJour? That's his girlfriend. Her name is DeJour. He's like, should we take him with him? And she's like, definitely. And then he's like, no, I've got work tonight. And then she's like, oh, come on, it'll be fun, I promise. And then he sees the bunny rabbit, and he's like, oh, yeah, sure, I'll go. And then he's like leaning up against something, and then, what the hell is her name? Trinity. Yeah, that's what it is. That took me forever, my bad. I knew, I was like, don't tell me, I can figure it out. That's right. So I could see Vision, I could see Lantern maybe wearing the Morpheus stuff, but I don't know about the latex suit. But yeah. Bukaki says, hi, Lantern. And then he says, Bukaki, 54321. And then he says, fart. Hell yeah, Lantern. Tina says, hey, Bukaki, pew, smelly. Lantern, did you just say smelly welly? Oh, my Lord. Yeah. Oh, there's Mama Tate. Yeah, well, you're gone. I'm not dealing with Mama Tate either. Dave says, put on the gas mask. Hell yeah. Damn, that bathroom's cutting up. You're hilarious, Lantern. Air freshener. I did, Lantern. I did air freshener it up. I did. Fears will be right back after these commercial breaks. That's right. Let's see. I don't know if this was directed towards me, Tina, or if this was directed towards someone else. She says, when it comes to my husband, you don't talk about him like that. He's not a troll. I never said he was, Tina. So if that was directed toward me, I've said nothing but nice things to you and to Dave and to James. I would never call Dave a troll. So hopefully that wasn't directed towards me. But I never said Dave was a troll. I never would. Dave has been an amazing friend so far. So I don't know who she was referring to, but hopefully it wasn't me, because Tina, I don't know what you heard, but I never called you or Dave or James trolls. You guys have been nothing but nice. You guys are awesome. I'd say your family is some of the most awesome friends I've met, and LC and his family. You guys have been awesome. You guys are wonderful people. So is LC and his family. I'm lucky to have good friends like that. So that wasn't me, Tina. Vision says, wow. Who does she think she is? And then, oh, never mind. I thought it was Mama T. I thought, oh, okay. So thank God she didn't think it was me. I was like, what? I commented a good 160 minutes ago. Well, Visions, the reason why I didn't open up the chat, I knew I would get sidetracked. I wanted to get all my thoughts and feelings out before I opened up the chat. And I'll be honest, I thought there was going to be more chats than this. I thought, oh man, after 3 hours, I bet you there was going to be tons of chats. But I just wanted to get everything out in the open, you know? So yeah, but Vision said, I commented a good 160 minutes ago, but I thought I'd confess to something since we're being honest with each other. Go ahead, Visions. Go ahead. I've been nothing but honest, tonight. Let's see. Rascal says, hi, everybody. What's up, man? Good to see you. Hey, what's up, Sega? Were you drunk that night at the strip club, Fierce? No, Sega. Absolutely not, Sega. Sega, your memory, you had about 4 or 5. I bought you a bunch of beer. I had 3. Remember, I had 2 beers? I had 2 beers, and then that guy said, oh, man, your friend's from Canada, and he bought us a beer. Sega, I bought you more beers than 3. So, maybe I'm assuming shit, Sega. It looked like you had a buzz. I didn't have a buzz. If I did, it was a very small one, and I wouldn't drive with a buzz. That's why we stayed there for hours, Sega. And by the time we left, I was like totally fine, Sega. So maybe it wasn't 5. If you had 4, then I know you had at least 4, because that I bought you at least 2 or 3. And then that guy, remember we were talking to that guy, and he was like, "Oh, hey man, that's cool that your friend's from Canada." I said, "Yeah." I said it's his first time in America. Well, I know you said you've been to America before with your dad, but you said it was your first time in Florida. I said, yeah, it's his first time in Florida. I said, I'm showing my friend a good time. And he's like, oh, well, hey, let me buy you guys a beer. I almost said no, thank you. And I was like, Sega, what do you think? And I remember Sega, I don't remember exactly what you said, but you said something to the effect of, yeah, if that guy's paying, which that guy did, he bought me and you a beer. And so we stayed. And then remember, we had one more dance from those girls, each of us. And then I was like, all right, Sega, let's, time to leave. So, yeah. So, yeah. Tina says, hi, Sega. Yes, I had lots of dances, but I wasn't that drunk. Yeah, but what I'm saying, Sega, is I never said you were drunk, Sega. I said it looked like you had a buzz. If you didn't have a buzz after 4 drinks, then never mind, Vision says, well, it's about the Walt Disney portrait. This is tough for me. I mean, go for it, Visions. Is it not a real signature? And did you sign it, Visions? Is that what it is? I thought you got the signature where I got the where I got the signature from Kurt Russell. I thought you bought it off there, but if you faked that, Visions, then I understand. I mean, it's still cool to have it. I'm still gonna hang it up on the wall, but I've been honest with everything. That's why it took me 3 hours to say, look, here's here's what's true, here's what's not true. You know, here's what's, you know, I mean, that's why it took me 3 hours. So anyway, go ahead and say what you need to say. Let's see. Rascal says, it looks cool, huge Disney fan. I'm a big Disney fan. I'm not a massive Disney fan, but I'm a big Disney fan. Vision says the signature is real. Okay, cool. But you said it had something to do with this. It had something to do with the Walt Disney portrait. So, what is it that you need to get off your chest, Visions? My favorite ride is a Small World. That's cool. I've got a favorite ride for each park. Like my favorite ride at Magic Kingdom is probably a split between the Haunted Mansion and Space Mountain, and then at Epcot it was a small. Not a small. It was the ride that you go in the big ball, but now it's probably Test Track since they added that in at Epcot. At Hollywood Studios, it used to be the Tower of Terror, but now that they've added all those Star Wars rides, definitely Rise of the Resistance is without a doubt my favorite ride. Second is Smuggler's Run. I would ride both those rides until the day I died. They're amazing. And then they're taking my favorite ride out of Animal Kingdom, the dinosaur ride, and they're turning the dinosaur ride into an Indiana Jones ride, which I cannot wait to ride. But they haven't took dinosaur out. They're gonna be the last time I rode dinosaur, which was a couple months ago, they said we're gonna start construction soon on the Indiana Jones ride. So yeah. Anyway. Tina says, that was Mama Tate and Larry Tate. Okay, well, I'm glad, Tina, because I was like, I've never called you or Dave or James trolls. I was like, I would never say that about you. Guys have been nothing but nice. So, yeah. I've never been to Disney World in a long time. Oh, well, James, Dave needs to take you again, you know? It's good. It's good times. As much as a fan as I am, I've only went twice this year. Normally I go more. Like I'll probably go about 4 or 5 more times before the end of the year. I always go for my birthday. I always go either on Thanksgiving or near Thanksgiving. I always go on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, and then I always go near New Year's. So. But I've just been so busy with all this drama and all this chaos and work and trying to get my vlogs. I just haven't had time, but I try to get there as often as I can. So yeah. So Visions, were you just joking? Because if you got something serious to say about the Disney portrait, I'm just a little. I know you joke around a lot. Like, were you joking? You said, well, it's about the Walt Disney portrait. This is tough for me. And again, I appreciate you getting me that. That's probably one of the coolest things you've gotten me, Visions, because you're a good guy. You're a good friend. And I appreciate you still wanting to be my friend and wanting to hang out through all this chaos and all this bullshit. But I was pretty open and honest about everything today. You know, so were you just joking? And because I know it's real, because look. Oh, shit. Because it's got this card. Oh, I don't want it to rip. I don't want to take it out. But it's got this authenticity thing, and I think where I got the Kurt Russell signature, you got it off the same thing. So, yeah. The signature is real, but the hog is someone else. The what? Oh my. Wow. I see it now. I see it now. Uh-huh. Okay. Wow. But see, that was a funny prank. I did not see it until now. You old fucking prankster, you. All right, so I'm not going to show this. Oh, Lord. Okay. So I think I know what Visions did. So let me just see if this is correct. So, yep. Okay. So let me just see if this is correct. So Visions, what you probably did, right, is you probably bought the real signature off the website, right? Then you probably took this photo and you probably scanned it into your computer. You photoshopped it. And then down here, right here is a penis. That's a funny joke. Oh, my Lord. I did not see it until now. That's a funny joke. See, that's a funny joke. I'm glad the signature is real. I really wish you wouldn't have ruined the photo with a dick, but it's funny. I'm still going to hang it up because it's a real signature. But I did not see that until now. Because it blended in with his coat. And it's right here. And I did not see it until I actually looked for it. And you said hog, and I was like, what the hell is he on about? It's right down here. So, good joke. See, I can take a joke, but I did not see it until now. I'm still going to hang it up because it's still a Walt Disney signature. But years later, people are going to look at this and go, why is there a penis on here? And I'm going to have to tell people exactly what you did. So that's probably what you did. You probably bought the real photo, scanned it into your computer, photoshopped the dick in. So yeah. Well, I'm glad the signature's real. Oh, my Lord. Wow. Well, I'm still going to show it off because you can barely see it, but it's right there. Right there. Oh, Lord. Wow. You know what? I'll be honest. I'm going to ask Sega. I think that out tops me and Sega's prank. Because I heard what you guys said. We didn't have to say anything. Sega could have just showed up. But I made a elaborate prank. I said, Sega, we gotta surprise the fans. That's why I made up that bullshit story. Oh yeah, my cousins are coming to visit. And I said, Sega, let's see if we can get away with it. Let's see if we can prank the fans. That's why I did it. I wasn't trying to whatever someone said, master my lies or whatever the hell someone said. No, we were just trying to have an honest, prank, you know? Oh, well, if you wouldn't have revealed it, Visions, I would have never saw it because this penis blends in with his coat. And I wish you wouldn't have done it. I hope you could send me the original because I would rather have the original in the frame. But so if you could send me the original, I would really appreciate it if you have the original. Because the only way for you to do this is to take the original, scan it into the computer, Photoshop it in, and then there you are. Because I wouldn't have seen it if you wouldn't have said anything. But if you have the original, I would appreciate it if you could send me the original. But until then, I'll hang up this. But that was funny. Because as soon as I looked down, I was like, oh! Son of a bitch. There it is. Oh, man. Anyway. I swear, you got me. You got me on that one. I had no idea it was there. See, I can take a joke. That was funny, actually. But if you have the original, I would love the original. Let's see. Bukaki says, I hid in the restroom ceiling at Disney World every night for a week. That's the cheap route to take. Did you really? No, you didn't, Bukaki. There's no way. There's no way. Anyway, shout out to Chad for the dome piece. Is that Chad's? Oh my Lord, that's weird. That's nuts. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Oh man. Let's see. Tina says, I was sticking up for Dave. I was mad at Mama Tate. Well, I understand, Tina, because Mama Tate and Larry Tate, they like to start shit. So, yeah. I understand. Just revealed to get that off my chest. Well, I'm glad you did, Visions, because I never would have seen it. Because it blends in with his coat so well. And I appreciate all the likes. I didn't think I was going to get any likes on this. I think I got so many likes because I finally came clean and I told the truth and debunked all the rumors. So I'm hoping it was a good stream for everybody. No, it's real. It just is. My friend digitally scanned the original and he put a penis on there as a joke, which I thought is hilarious. But he says the signature's real. So, yeah. So, yeah. That was funny. So, I'm sure Bukkake knew about this because, Visions, you said Bukkake's your friend and you guys live near each other. So, I bet you he had a hand in this, too. That was a funny joke. Funny. I'm kind of bummed because I wish I could have had the original. If you could send me the original, I would really appreciate it. Like, I'll keep that one, and I'll put that one in the fan binder. But if you could send me the original one, Visions, I would really appreciate it because I would much rather have the original in there. Because that's the only way you could do that. You have to take the original photo, scan it, make a copy of it, put it in the computer, and then Photoshop whatever you wanted in there. So if you have the original, I would if you could, I'll pay for it, buddy. If you can send me the original, I would appreciate it. What's up, N4? I've never seen it. Show it to us. Oh, well, I mean, I don't want to show it up close because it's kind of nasty, you know, someone's penis, but I swear, I'm not making it up. N4, Visions just revealed it. I had no idea it was there. It's right here. It's right there. Unfortunately. But that was a funny joke because it threw me off. I was like, ah. Anyway. Pretty good one, Visions. I think that out tops. I got to call Sega and ask him. I have to call Sega, so give me 1 second. I told you guys I would keep the phone calls to a minimum, so I got to call Sega and ask him about this. I think that out tops our prank. Oh, I don't know if Sega's online anymore. Sega! I think Sega called it a night. Well, it is 10:44. Oh, well. I'm just going to write him. If you have time, call me back, buddy. I don't, like, I should have saw that coming. Oh, man. I should have saw that coming. Why did I not think about that? You know what I'm saying, Visions? I should have saw it coming. Because you're always pulling pranks. I should have saw it coming. But anyway. Well, I would appreciate it if you would send me the original one, Visions. But I gotta say that out tops me and Sega's joke. You know, I mean, anyway. What's up, Rascal? I like Disney World, but I really like Epcot because you can drink. But yeah, but you know what? There's only certain. I don't drink. I used to drink a lot, Rascal, but I think I could probably count on my on this hand how many times I've actually drank at Epcot. Because yeah, but that's the only place you can drink. Because Walt didn't want a bunch of people drinking on the property. You can only drink at because there's no booze at Magic Kingdom, Hollywood,
Animal Kingdom. You can only drink at Disney Springs because there's booze there, and you can drink at Disney's Worldwide of Sports, and then I believe at Epcot. I believe it's only those 3 places. Oh, that's right, Joey. That's right. Yeah. At Galaxy's Edge. That's right. Because they have a. I know exactly what you're talking about, Joey. My bad. There's I forgot what it's called. It's the it's the spaceport. Whatever that the cantina. The cantina that was in A New Hope, they recreated that cantina. You can go in there and they have mixed drinks because I did a mixed drink for the vlog. I just haven't uploaded that, so you guys will see that. And they gave me a cookie and they gave me a mixed drink because I had to get one. So that's all in the vlog whenever I finally upload all that shit. So yeah. I think it's only those 4 places though. You're absolutely right, Joey. I forgot about that. But I think that's the only place in Hollywood Studios is that cantina, because they wanted it to be like in Star Wars, because he gets an alcoholic beverage like in the movie at the cantina and all that. Then they have the blue milk and all that crap. So it's there, Epcot, Disney Springs, and then Disney's Worldwide of Sports. So it's only those 4 places, but I think that's the only place you can drink. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Drunken vomiting on the rides at Disney is the best. Oh, Lord. Joey says, I'm back. What did I miss? Not much, Joey. I just basically had a heart-to-heart with everybody about everything, and I feel 20 times better. And then now I finally opened up the chat, and I'm catching up with everyone's chat. Now that I'm finally caught up. I'll be honest, I thought there was going to be more chats than this, but I'm glad I caught up with everybody. But I'm gonna say one more thing about that photo, and then I'm gonna continue on. If it's not too much trouble, like, I think that's a funny joke, but I would love the original, because you had to buy the original to. If you have the original, I don't mind paying for the original, buddy. Like, I don't mind if you could ship me the original. I'll take that one out of the frame and I'll put that one in the fan binder with everything else, because I would love the original. So if you could, if it's too much of a pain in the ass, then I understand, but I would really appreciate it if you could send me the original, man, because that is a funny joke, but I don't want that on there. I really don't. So yeah. Joey said, what photo? Well, Joey, Visions pulled a prank on me. I did not see it. Again, I think this prank out tops me and Sega's prank. So Vision said, hey, Fears, if you buy something one day, because Visions loved my Kurt Russell autograph that I showed you guys that I got off of Etsy. And he said, hey, Fears, the same place where you got Kurt Russell's autograph, they've got one for Walt Disney. And I said, oh, cool. Visions wrote me like a couple days later and said, hey, Fears, if you buy something tonight, I'll get you that autograph. And I forgot about it. And so that night I bought it. And then when I did that unboxing, I showed everybody. I was like, oh, shit. He put in the Little House on the Prairie. And I bought this. I bought this mug. I haven't used it yet, buddy, but I will. And then he got me this, and he pulled a prank on me. The signature's real, Joey, but what he did is he took the original, digitally scanned it into his computer, and he I'm not going to show it up close, but the signature's real, but he put a penis right here. There's a penis right here. So, and because I came clean and was open and honest with everything, he goes, well, Fears, since we're all being honest about everything, he goes, I got something to reveal. And I was like, what's up? I thought he was going to tell me, yeah, the signature's not real. He went, no. He goes, the signature's real, but
I did a little art project and I did a little photoshopping and I put a penis in there. I thought you were kidding. And then I went like this, Joey. I looked down and I'm looking and I went, oh, son of a bitch. There it is. And it's right here. Right there. And I thought it was funny, but I was like, damn it. I was like, I want the original. So yeah. I thought it was funny. So I'm a little disappointed, but at least I got the signature. Vision says, I'll see what I can do, Fierce. I would appreciate it. I don't mind paying for the shipping if you send me the original, buddy. But I will keep this one. I'll if you send me the original, I'll take this one out and because I'm sure you had to buy the frame because on that website I didn't see any of those signatures in a frame. So if you send me the original, I'll take it out of the frame. I'll put the original back in the frame, and I'll take this one and I'll put it in the binder with all the other fan letters because I would love the original. And then I'm gonna hang up. So I won't hang it up until I get the original. So, but I don't mind paying for the shipping. So just let me know, buddy. Keep in touch. Let me know. But funny joke, funny prank. And while I'm taking a break from my stream, I'm gonna start reading this on my off time. So whenever I'm not editing, I'm gonna start reading this. Oh, here's Sega. Sega. Hello? Sega. Uh-oh. Sega. Hello? Uh-oh. Hang on. Sega called me, and then when I picked up, he didn't say anything. Well, I'm sorry if the audio gets a little loud because I told you guys I'm going to minimize the calls, but I did call Sega because I got to ask him a question because Visions, I think this prank out tops me and Sega's prank because that was a pretty good prank. I'll give you that. That was pretty good. That made me laugh. Hang on. Let me call Sega back. Hang on. There we go. I think his internet crapped out. Sega.
Ears?
Sega, what's up? Did you see what happened, buddy?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so check this out, Sega. Remember when I showed you the photo of Walt Disney? Like Vision's got that for me. You see this one?
Of what?
Of Walt Disney, right?
I guess.
So yeah, it's right here. So Visions contacted me a couple weeks ago, right?
Yes.
And he said, "Hey, Fears, I'll make you a deal." He goes, you know where you got that? Remember I told you like I'm a big fan of Kurt Russell in Escape from L.A. and Escape from New York. Well, I found on Etsy some guy, I don't know how he got Kurt Russell's signature, but I bought it. It's on a little trading card, and it says Escape from L.A. And I was like, yes, finally I got Kurt Russell's signature, and I'm gonna do it. And so I'm gonna wrap it. I'm gonna put it in the Christmas unboxing and all that, you know, because some fans haven't seen everything that I bought. I always do a big Christmas unboxing to get me into the spirit of Christmas. So Visions contacted me one day and said, "Hey, Fierce, you know that place where you got the signature? Well, they've got a Walt Disney signature." And I said, "Really?" And so I remember I looked it up on a live and I said, "Oh my God, they do have a Walt Disney signature." And he goes, "I'll tell you what, Fears, if you buy something tonight off my website, I'll get you the Walt Disney signature." So I did, and I do a big unboxing, and I was so jazzed out of my mind. I'm like, "Yo, yeah, awesome! Look, check it out." And then, because all this crazy crap has happened, and I don't know, as someone told you about all the shit that I went through with Larry and all that, I came clean about everything, Sega. So I did like a 3-hour live stream and said, here's what's true, because they were making up a whole bunch of crap about you and me, like saying that we were fighting and that you paid for everything. So I said, I debunked.
Guys, he had me against my life.
Yeah, exactly.
I was being held against.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
Exactly.
I'm kidding.
I know you're kidding, Sega. So I thought, all right, I'll go on a live and I'll debunk all these rumors. So I said,
this is what's true about me and Sega. I said we didn't fight. Sega, didn't we? We had a blast. We had a blast.
For the most part, yes, I will say for the most part we did. There were some moments though where maybe I might have pissed you off a little bit more, and you pissed me off a little bit more.
Sega, you never pissed me off. The thing that pissed me off is they knew that you were coming, and so the last 2 days, it had to have been planned. They're like, oh, this is an opportunity. Fears doesn't like trolls. We'll start some shit. I was never mad at you. Never.
Apparently, the last few days of you were getting issues with like people were like.
People were trolling me.
Like they were like about like people were saying, oh, I own the rights to Fears Band.
So they just wanted to start some shit, and they had it all planned out. Because don't you find it very ironic that they waited to the last 2 days? They
childish and kidding, just childish.
But Sega, you and me, Sega, never had any issues throughout the week. We had a blast. We didn't fight, and then someone made up a whole bunch of rumors like I picked everything, and I said that's not true. Remember, I suggested 2 things. I said, Sega, you've never been to a convention. We got to go there. I'll take you there. You've never been. And then I said, oh well, Sega loves the James Bond. He likes James Bond. I'll take him to that museum. Everything else, I let you pick. You're like, hey, Fierce, can we do this? Hey, Fierce, can we do that? I said, yeah, sure, Sega. You just tell me what we want to do, and we'll go and do it, you know? And we filmed it. And then everybody can tell from the footage. Remember the only thing I said about the vlogs? I said, just be yourself, Sega. We filmed. We were going nuts. We had a blast. It was epic. Anyway, to make a long story short, today I just got sick and tired of all this drama, and I said, I didn't open up the chat until just lately. So for the last 2.5 hours, I sat and said, look, here's what happened. Here's the people I need to block. Here's the things that are true. Here's the things that are not true. And I debunked everything. And then when I finally opened up the chat, Vision said, well, Fears, since we're all being honest, he goes, I got something to tell you. And I had to call you to see if this prank was a lot better than ours. Remember how you and me made up that elaborate story and we pranked the fans? Well, I think
because Walt Disney's dick is in the picture.
Yes. Yeah. Did someone tell you in the chat?
I actually no. Then I was rewatching like from like an hour ago, speeding right through everything.
Okay.
In like fast pace, and I only saw that one movie. Like, oh, geez, Vision, really, really.
So I said, I gotta call Sega and tell them, I'm like, do you think Vision's prank out-tops ours? I'm just curious, because I know how to take a joke. I thought it was funny. I mean, I asked Vision, I said, yeah, that's funny.
I really don't know.
And so I told him, I said, if you send me the original, the only way he could have done that is he bought the photo with the real signature. He said, Fears, the signature is 100% real. So the only way he could have done is he bought the original, and then he digitally scanned this photo, put it in his computer, then he photoshopped the dick in, and he said it's Lantern's dick. I hope to God it's not Lantern's, because that would be fucking weird. And I mean, it's weird to begin with, you know, because I don't know whose dick it is. Certainly I hope it's not Lantern's, but anyway. And so it blends in. It's right here. But it blends in with his coat, so I didn't see it for weeks, you know? And then he goes, and then this is how I found out. He said, hey, Fears, the signature's real, but the hog is not his. And I said, hog? And I looked down, and I was like, and I got a big surprise on my face. I was like, son of a bitch, I can't believe he did that. But I knew it was a joke, and Visions has got such a dark humor. I was like, why did I not see this coming? I'm like, I should have seen it coming. But I didn't, because I was so jazzed, because I've always wanted to meet Walt Disney, and I can't because he passed away. So I thought, oh, man, it's so cool that I got his signature. It's still cool that I got his signature. It just sucks. There's a big erect dick down on the photo. Ah! You know? Exactly. And I was like, son of a bitch. I'm like, there's a big erect penis. But it was funny, though, because I know how to take a joke. I'm like, that is funny. He kept it quiet for, like, weeks. And then now all this crazy shit happened between me and Larry. He made up a whole bunch of lies, and I had to block him. And I'm done with Larry, and I'm going to make some changes on my side. I'm going to make some changes on my on my podcast, and I'm gonna make some changes in my personal life and in on my channel. So tomorrow is gonna be my last live for a couple of weeks. I'm just gonna take a break from everything, and hopefully by the time I get back,
weren't you supposed to be going to Missouri?
I still am. I was supposed to go to Missouri in August, and then I couldn't find any cheap tickets. And my mom said, "Why don't you wait a month? Can you talk to your boss?" And I said, "Yeah."
Apparently now Air Canada has gone on strike.
Oh, have they?
I have to mention that because
why'd they go on strike?
Air Canada planes there, and I went on Air Canada back to Canada as well.
So wait, when you got back to Canada, is that when they went on strike? Why did they go on strike?
No. It was actually no. This is like I want to say the strike just about finally ended. It was supposed to be ending today, and now everybody's back on and all the stewards are back on the plane again tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, for like the last few days though, they were getting them paid not like what they were hoping. So that's what happened.
Oh wow, okay. Because I was like, well,
I'm kind of relieved now. I'm kind of relieved right now, though.
Yeah.
I'm kind of relieved it's happening now, though, because if it didn't happen back then when I was going to Florida, I'd be like, shit.
I know that would have sucked, Sega. That would have sucked.
I'd be like, shit.
I hear you. That would have sucked because Vision said it the other day. He said, "Can you believe it? Like it's been a month since you've been gone. Like you were here about a month and a half ago, Sega." And
yes.
Time just flies, you know. I can't believe it. My birthday is going to be right around the corner. I'm going to be 42. So, in the Fears universe, time does fly. It's insane. It's insane.
It really flies in my universe too.
I mean, I think it flies fast for everyone's universe, but especially me because I always stay busy. You know, I'm either working on a vlog, or I'm exercising, or I'm at work, or I'm.
It's been going fast for me since the first year of high school for me.
I hear you, buddy. But as soon as I found out about that prank, I was like, well, me and Sega's prank on the whole community was pretty good. But I'm like, the prank that Visions did was... Visions, I don't know if it out-tops it. I was like, I'm going to ask Sega. If it doesn't out-top it, Sega, it's right up there with our prank. Because recently I heard a bunch of people say, well, Fears didn't have to say anything. He could have just kept his mouth quiet and just had Sega surprised. I thought it would be some troll said I was like trying to master my lies, and I said no. I said I just thought
you really need to fix the volume on your stream right now.
Oh, I will.
That was part of the problem.
Yeah, I will. But remember the reason why we made up that prank was I thought Sega. I said I'll do this elaborate. I said let's see if we can actually like prank them. I said, if they find out that you're coming, then no big deal, you know? But we actually, like, pulled it off. And I was so... Because you know I'm not a good liar, Sega.
I know you aren't.
The fans know I'm not a good liar. So I was like, you know, if they find out that Sega's coming, then great. I said, if not, you know, then we'll... Because I had every intention. I said, the minute Sega, like, sticks his head out and says, hey, what's up, guys? I was gonna tell. That's what I did. I told everybody, like, "Hey guys, my cousin's not coming." That was a big, you know, charade. That was a big prank. That was my intention the whole time, and I think we succeeded, buddy. But anyway,
yeah.
So before I let you go, Sega, I know it's getting late because I have to be at work at 4:30 tonight, so I want to get some vlogging. I've almost got part 4 ready to go, buddy. I'm putting the final touches on it. But I haven't had time to upload it because I've been going through all this crazy shit. But I'm gonna try to get something up tomorrow, and I'm gonna edit a little bit more tonight. But hopefully, I think there should be 2 more parts of the Sega because I still need to upload all the strip club stuff. I need to upload all the Disney stuff, and then the last part is remember I took you and I helped you, you know, get your bags out of the car, and I said goodbye, and then. You went off, you know, inside the airport, and then I drove away, and then I told everybody, hey, it was a good vacation, and we'll see you next time, and then I said, hey, Sega, you know, message me when you get home and make sure everything's all right, and so it should be 2 more, it should be part 4 and part 5, and hopefully I can get everything in part 4. If I have to make a part 6, I will, but I'm going to try to contain everything in 4 and 5, and Then I can get back
Yes.
to editing all my old projects and all that crap. So yeah. And so anyway, I'll have you on soon, Sega. But as soon as I get all the Sega footage, I'm gonna have you come on and tell about the trip, because some people think I didn't give you a big enough opportunity.
Yeah, of course.
I think I did. I mean, we did 2 live streams on it, but I'm going to have you come on in a couple of weeks, either before my trip or after my trip, and I'll be like, Sega, the stage is yours. You can talk about the entire trip. I won't say any word. If you want me to ask you some questions about the trip, but you can tell everybody about everything, so then no one can say, oh, Fears didn't give you an opportunity to talk, because I feel like I did, but if we need to do another live, it'll just be you and me in my show, and I'll be like, Sega, have at it. Talk about anything and everything of our trip, because it was a blast, buddy.
Yes.
And I can't wait until you come back again, and I can't wait to come visit you at some point. But I'm going to let you go, because I told people I would minimize.
I think I'm going to go to bed pretty shortly myself. I'm getting tired.
I'll see you later, because I told people I'm going to try to minimize the calls, because they said every time I call someone, they can hear me, but the audio goes down very low.
Yeah, the audio ends up turning down, and I'm like watching back the stream, and yeah, I can hear myself kind of clearly, but it's like all of a sudden the volume
I hear you.
is like way down here.
And then people have to adjust their audio. So, but I had to call you and tell you about this elaborate prank. Because I'll give Visions that was a pretty cool prank. I'm kind of bummed that I don't have the original, but he said he'll see what he can do about sending me the original, because I told him I'm going to keep that one and put it in my fan binder with all my fan letters, and then if he sends me the original, I'm going to put the original in the frame and then hang it up. I think he will, because I really want the original, because
yes,
I love Walt Disney, and I don't want to see a big, fat, erect penis. I don't. I really don't.
yes.
But it was a good prank. Anyway, I'll talk to you in a couple days, Sega. Keep in touch, buddy.
Yep. See ya.
Peace out, man.
Oh, my Lord. Never a dull minute. That was a funny prank. It was a funny prank. Hey, Fierce, look down. Ah! There it was. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. All right, let me catch up with the chat. Let's see here. Is there really, Bukaki? There's a hidden dick in the lantern poster. I haven't looked at the You know what? Before I go to work, I'm going to look at the lantern poster. I'm going to have to try and find it. Son of a bitch. No, Lord. I tried, Tina. I tried to super glue. It just kept falling off. I tried. Nothing would keep it on, and I thought, oh, fuck it. I already threw away the handle. It was like this, Tina, and I was making the coffee, and when I went to grab it, I accidentally bumped it. It fell off, and it broke the freaking, handle off of it, and I was like, son of a bitch. So, yeah. Anyway. I can't go to the water parks, but the Volcano Bay. Well, the Volcano Bay rascal is not owned by Disney. It's Volcano Bay, Epic Universe, Islands of Adventure, and Universal Studios. That's owned all by Universal. That's a completely separate park. Disney owns Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, and Animal Kingdom. So that's a completely separate park. So yeah. Why no water parks, Racer? I do plan on going to some of those water parks. So Dave, if you and James and Tina want to come one day, you're more than welcome to come, because this is completely waterproof. I need to look inside. I kept all the instruction manuals with this GoPro. If this can be in water up to either 50 feet of water or 100 feet. And I've already filmed, whenever it did a rainstorm a couple weeks ago, I went out there just to test it, Dave. I got fully drenched, and they'll see it in the vlog when I finally get down to uploading all this shit, because I have so much to upload. I was standing in the rain, and I was drenched with water, and I should have I wish I would have had 2 GoPros, you know, to make the lake jump a lot better. Like I would, like, you know, as James was filming it, I wish I either could have borrowed your GoPro and like attached it to my head as I ran and jumped into the lake. Dave, I showed them. I pulled it up and I went like that and showed them. So now everybody knows that I didn't fake a live, and they know that the first jump was a success and the second jump was a success. And I fully intend to put it in the vlog. I'll probably put the lake jump, Dave. There's something in my eye. Excuse me. I'll probably put the lake jump at the end of either our Star Wars vlog, Dave, or whenever we went to Atomic Horror. And then I definitely for sure am gonna put the lake jump as a separate video on the main channel because it was a cool lake jump. I mean, I think it was a big success. So yeah. I only have one leg and I really can't swim them. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Rascal. That sucks, man. So yeah, that sucks. I have to go, but it was nice meeting everyone. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Have a good one. So yeah. Congrats on having a big ding-along. Oh, shit. Oh, Lord. Lord. I am not rating that. No way, N4. I'm good. Vision says we should make some Where's Waldo books. I'm telling you, Visions, that was a good prank. Because I'm serious. That costume, I mean that coat that he has, it blended it in. And I did not see that for weeks. And I probably would have never seen it unless you said something. But I'm glad I finally told the truth about everything, and that's why it took me 3.5 hours. But yeah, but I would appreciate you sending me the original. I promise. I'll pay for whatever it is to send the original, buddy. Or maybe just wait until I order something new off your website, buddy, and then put in the real one, because I would really like the real one in there. I know you said you'll see what you can do. I would appreciate it. Again, if it's too much trouble, then don't worry about it, but if it isn't, I would really appreciate it, because I'll keep both. I'll take the joke one out of the frame, and I'll put that one in the in my binder with all my other fan letters and all that, and then I'll put the real one in there. So I would appreciate it. Would that count as a hidden Mickey? I guess. But now Bukaki is saying that there's a hidden one in the lantern poster, so I'm gonna go check that lantern poster out real quick, because I didn't see it in the lantern poster, so now I'm curious, and I do intend to upload that. It's just so big. I want to scan it and put it in a littler frame, but I'm gonna go grab that and see if I can find it. So give me 1 second. Okay, give me 1 second, because I'm going to try and find this, because now I'm curious. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Well, if it is in here, I can't see it, Bukaki. See here. Oh no, wait, I see it. It's on his t-shirt. Oh yeah, I see it. Yep. Oh god. I think that's what it is. There's something on Lantern's t-shirt, and I think that's what it is. I'm pretty sure, because I'm looking all over, and it looks like there's a stain on his t-shirt. And I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think it's this down here. I think that's what it is. You sly devil, you. Wow, 2 pranks. Oh, my Lord. Wow. Oh, Lord. Oh, howdy, Walt and Walt Jr. Ah! Oh, 2 pranks. See, now I'm curious. Anything else that you've sent me, Visions? Like on the t-shirts? Is there a hidden dick in any of the t-shirts that I've bought? Is there a hidden dick? Like, did you put a hidden dick? Is there a hidden dick in this, on one of these pages? Because you've already put 2 hidden dicks. There could be hidden dicks everywhere. What the hell? I don't see one. Now I'm petrified if there's dicks everywhere on anything I've ever bought from Lord Visions. Oh, my Lord. I don't see anything on here. But before work, I may have to do an in-depth look. Oh, Lord. Well, so far, so good. I'm not seeing anything. Anyway. I guess I'll find out whenever I start reading this. Because that has been on the shelf for weeks. Oh, Lord. Anyway. That was funny. Cheers to you, Visions. That was a funny prank. Like, I thought it was funny, you know? But again, see what you can do about sending me the original one. I would really appreciate the original one. I know everyone's laughing. Listen, I got a giggle out of that too. I thought that was fucking hilarious. What's up, Walter? All right. Let me get to the last few topics, and then I'm gonna call it a night because I still need to eat and I still need to edit. So yeah. Don't forget the Blu-ray I sent. But remember Triple? What's up, Triple? I already watched that. I already reviewed it. It's already up here. It's already on the shelf. It's right. It's here it is. It's right here. I already reviewed it. I'm just checking for fake dicks on this. I thought maybe it was on this or whatever. Yeah, I already, Triple, you already missed. I wish you would have seen it, the review. I already reviewed this. I already watched this ages ago. It looks fine to me. I don't see anything that shouldn't be on there. So yeah. Don't even go there, Visions. There's nothing on there. I already looked. I didn't see it. But yeah. Where's my pen? Well, hopefully no more hidden dicks. But now I got to look on each t-shirt that I bought. Anyway. I don't think there's anything on the t-shirts, but Visions is a fucking prankster, man. Oh, Lord. Hey, Mr. Lantern, what was for dinner tonight? I had some hamburger helper. All right, here we go. Well, instead of doing 10, I'm going to pick out... Sean wanted me to do the best birthdays I've ever had. Sean's a friend of mine at work, so I'll do 5 of my best birthdays ever. So, number 1, without a doubt, one of my favorite birthdays. My mom and my dad knew how much I loved Double Dare as a kid. And so my mom went out and bought blue sweatshirts and blue sweatpants and red sweatshirts and red sweatpants. And we did our own Double Dare birthday. So I was on the red team, and I remember a bunch of my friends were on my red team, and then a bunch of my other friends were on a blue team, and we went head to head. My mom and dad asked all the questions, and then whoever got the most points, my dad set up a obstacle course just like Double Dare in the backyard. And even though my team lost, because I was with I was the birthday boy, my dad said whoever team wins will run the obstacle course, but because it's my son's birthday, he'll run the obstacle course with everybody. And he my mom and my dad watched a whole bunch of Double Dare episodes with me, and they said, we'll make up some obstacles. So I remember one of the obstacles was my dad filled up a little wading pool with water, and then my mom had a bunch of like whipped cream on a bunch of pie plates, and you had to like throw whipped cream like in people's faces and stuff. It was probably one of the coolest birthday parties I've ever had. So number one is definitely the Double Dare party. Birthday. Second, I'd say they had a Halloween birthday party. That was really cool. Everybody wore their costumes at my birthday party. That was a cool one. So a Halloween birthday party. The third one, there used to be this place called it used to be in Mid Rivers. I mean, not Mid Rivers. In St. Peter's, it was by the Mid Rivers Mall. It now it's a shoe place. So if you ever go to that Mid Rivers Mall, there used to be a big. I don't know if you guys remember Discovery Zone, where a bunch of kids could run through all the tunnels and the slides and all the ball pits. Well, they had something called Tumble Drum, and it was just like Discovery Zone. And I invited a bunch of my friends from like my first or second grade class, and there was like 30 of my friends there. And my mom like bought a cake and ice cream, and we opened up presents, and then you get to jump through all the slides. That was one of my favorite. So Tumble Drum. I don't know why they called it Tumble Drum, but that's what they called that place. So Tumble Drum. It's a real place. You can Google it. It's not there anymore, but it used to be there. Now the building's there, but now it's a shoe store in Mid Rivers. I mean, in St. Peter's, excuse me. It's by Mid Rivers Mall. So, yeah. Let's see. That was number 3. Let's see. Number 4. That camping place that I went to? We had one of my birthdays at Lost Valley Lake Resorts. I brought my friend David and my friend Daniel and me and my brother and a bunch of my friends from church camp and a bunch of my friends from school. I think there was like 10 of us, and my mom and dad brought down my grandparents' RV, and then at that place, I don't know if you can rent these things anymore because I haven't been to Lost Valley Lake in a long time, but back in the 90s they had these teepees that you could rent. It was like an authentic Indian teepee, and we went camping for like a whole weekend, and that was like my birthday party. So that was a cool birthday. So a camping trip birthday. That was a lot of fun. And then probably the 5th one and the last one. Let's see here. All those were great parties. I'm trying to think. I had one of my birthdays in England. So that I don't remember which trip that was, but one of my birthdays was in England. So England trip birthday. I don't remember which one, but it was one of them. I honestly don't remember which one, but I had one of my birthdays there. All right. Triple says, yeah, you watched it, but didn't check for the Hogs. I checked. If you hid one in there, I can't. Where is it? Hang on. I can't find it. I think you're just fucking with me. I don't see anything wrong with this. No, I think you're just joking with me, Triple. Because I can't see anything. Let's see here. Hey, Tina. What was for dinner tonight? Let's see. Tina said we had chicken patties. That sounds really good, actually. So, yeah. Let's see. Hello, Mr. Fearsman. I love your long lives where you speak to us fans. What's up, Witch Bucket? Good to see you. Well, I haven't done a long live in quite a long time, so yeah. But I think I'm gonna go. So I got to one topic, but I'm glad I got to talk to you guys a heart to heart, and I hope it did some good. I hope it. I hope what I said for the last 3.5 hours didn't make things worse, because I definitely don't want any more drama. I've had it up to here with drama, so I may unblock Larry at some point, but not anytime soon. I need some time, because he will not piss me off the way he did. I mean, I was really pissed. So I think after everybody calms down, maybe, but it's going to be a while, because I can't live like this anymore. I can't go through all the drama and all the bullshit, and I'm so sick and tired of fighting with people. I've had it up to here with fighting with people, so for a while I'm just going to focus on me and my life and my content and my loving and loyal fans, and I hope things get better, because I don't want them to get any worse. So yeah. I knew it. Triple said, just kidding, no hogs. I knew it. I've had enough hogs. So yeah. Triple says, nice, Tina. I love chicken patties. I hope, Witch Bucket, but trolls are going to do whatever the hell they want to do, because I'm sure they're laughing at this live stream, but I can't, what's the word? I can't be concerned what people think. All I can do is learn from the past and forget about the past, and going forward, I have to learn to be more patient and control my temper and control my anger. And if I do that, and if I focus on what's more important in life, like friends, family, and my content, and trying to find a lady and my loving and loyal fans, I think things will be a lot better. I hope. Anyway. So tomorrow, I'm going to do one more normal live stream. So I'm going to pick out some movies. Well, probably I'll pick out one movie to watch tonight, because it's already 11:29. So I'll probably have just enough time to watch one. I'm going to eat, take a shower, watch one movie, and then I'll continue to edit tomorrow after I get home from work, because I got to be at work at 4:30. So let's go to the wall and pick something to watch tonight. You know what? I think I'm going to finish. I'll finish watching Big Trouble in Little China, directed by John Carpenter. So I'm going to finish watching this, because I started it and then I had a James Bond kick, which I'm going to get back to all the James Bond movies just as soon as I finish watching this. So I will review this tomorrow. So there it is. Anyway, I'm going to take off. But again, I hope everybody enjoyed the live. If I went too long about all what was going on, I'm sorry, but I had to get everything off my chest, and I feel a hell of a lot better getting everything off my chest and telling everybody, here's what I lied about, here's what's the truth. Let me debunk all these rumors. Here's what Larry said, and what I thought about the whole community and all the immaturity and all the bullshit and everything that I covered. And I think I did it pretty well. Whoever doesn't think I did it well, then the hell with them, Because I'm sick and tired of fighting with people. So I'm glad I got everything off my chest. I feel like a weight has been lifted. So hopefully good things are coming, my friends. So yeah. And I appreciate all my loving and loyal fans and everyone that still supports me. It means the world to me. So But I can't wait to get a whole bunch of. I can't wait to get everything back on track. Anyway, so tomorrow I'm gonna do my last live for at least a couple of weeks, and then in a couple of weeks, hopefully I'll have a bunch of content up, and I'll be more caught up or all the way caught up, and then I'll get back to my shows. Hell yeah! So, no more drama. Hopefully. Definitely not in tomorrow's live. I got everything out that I wanted to say out tonight. And so get ready for a cool stress-free stream tomorrow, my friends, and we'll bullshit around about movies and, do the usual crapola that we talk about on this show. All right, Fears loves you guys. Fears cares about you guys. I'm taking off because I need a shower, I need to get something to eat, and I need to do a little edit, and I'm going to watch the rest of that movie and head on to worko. Anyway, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to my good friend Dave Phillips now that he's got 57 subscribers. Hell yeah, Dave. Look forward to Dave's lives. I'm very proud of you, Dave. Hell yeah. Shout out to Triple Nickel, Pickle, Tickle, Wickle, Sickle, Dickle. Be sure to subscribe to him. Follow Mr. Lantern. He does a show every Thursday night and every Friday night. Check it out. Good show. Check out Witch Bucket Films. Hell yeah. Subscribe to the Sega Camp Gamer and Wear Camp on YouTube. Follow the Sega Camp Gamer 22 on Twitch. Follow Visions, Prankmaster Visions on YouTube. And his website, www.exhumevisions.com. Buy some cool shit. I should know. I've bought a lot of stuff off your website, buddy. And you make some pretty cool shit. And again, if you could send me the original, I would really appreciate it. I'll pay for all the shipping and whatever it takes to send the original. You said you'll see what you can do. I appreciate it, and I'll keep the funny prank in the fan mail binder. Subscribe to Tina on YouTube. Subscribe to James Phillips on YouTube. And last, but certainly not least, follow the host with the most, FearsMan26 on YouTube. That's the main channel. More content is coming. I haven't uploaded anything on FearsMan in about a month, but content is coming. And always follow channel number 2 at Fears Vlogs. Tons more content is coming on that channel too. All right, Fears loves you guys. Fears cares about you guys. And this is Fears signing off. Peace. Deuces. And I'll see you next time. Peace.